for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
Guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the a trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm we. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not.
Mike, yeah. Yep. All right. Mike, microphone check. My people. Okay, good now. Yeah. The song said them tell lies upon him. All right. Folks, it's a pleasure being here. First of all, let me say sincere apologies for the delayed start. I had a phone call that I had to take. And so that's why we're starting now. I couldn't miss that call. So we have lots to talk about, but I want to hear from all of you tonight. Really, want to hear from you. So we soon turn on the phone line. We talk about a few things, but really we want to hear from all of you. OT, get ready. Elaine Turner, manners and respect. Big up yourself, Elaine. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Me see you heal up. Nami. Big up yourself. Altia. Big up yourself, Altia. Well, you're gone past me, OT. I start from the top, from Elaine, then we go to Altia. Thanks, Elaine, for putting out the notification that there's a delay. We were hoping it would be short, but it's a little bit longer than short. Elmira from Montreal, Quebec. Yeah, very cold today. I've been to Quebec, and I think I was there. I was there in, I think it was in October or November. It was very cold. A few years ago. But stay warm. Thanks for tuning in. Carla Ebanks, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Okay, yeah, Elaine, we have to put up the disclaimer. The views of the guests or attendees are theirs and theirs alone. It is not necessarily that of the platform host, and that's talking about yours truly. ACLB, blessings, nephew. And we'll convey the message to Kevin, because Kevin was just on with us a while ago. Miss B, big up yourself, big up yourself. Patel, I owe you a phone call. My appear apologies, my depend tonight. I owe you a phone call and I apologize. I should have made that phone call a while back, but not to worry. There's always tomorrow. We will be in touch, sir. Big up yourself. Dorrit, we up there. Up there, that me say. Big up yourself. Beverly. Big up yourself, Beverly. Angela Groves. Angela, stay so. Big up yourself. Hey, Lap Scoochie in the house, people. Mr. Norman Montague. Big up yourself, Scoochie. Altia. Oh, Altia, big up Angela. Okay, Barbara. Big up yourself, Barbara. Dorothy McCoy. Big up, big up, big up, Dorothy. Merle, my girl. Blessings, blessings. We say Mr. Warrington. Oh, Warmington. No, it's MP Warmington. Still teaching the standing order. Hey, 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 hey. Keep it going. Thanks, Merle. Paulette MacArthur. Good evening. Thanks for joining. The humble lady, unstoppable. Blessings. Thanks for joining us. Merlin Fed. Good evening. The snowstorm. Well, I went out today. Road, at least in my neck of the woods, terrible condition. But the main roads are cleared and the places are open. But it's going to take a few days, maybe another. Well, I think they said we're supposed to get some more snow. Well, it's that time of the year, folks. So just sit back and deal with it. Because in a few months from now, you're going to be enjoying spring. All right? Jeffrey, big up yourself. Big up yourself, Jeffrey. Empress Norma, good night, Empress. Glenn Samuels, big up yourself. Charmian, yes, Charmian. Greetings. That's it, Oti. Andrew Pine, blessings. We like the card in the picture. Are you out of the race concerning the diaspora voting? We'll talk a little bit about that tonight, Andrew. We'll talk about that. That's it, Oti. Yakim Bless, Mitchell. Good night, each and every one. Good night to you. Thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. LW2, greetings and salutations to you, your family as well. Merinda Ruddock. Yes. Happy. Enough claps. Love that. Marjorie Webby. Big up yourself, Marjorie. Cecile Phillips. Good night. Welcome. Petra, blessings, family. That me say. Glenn Samuels. Big up. Ratty Morgan. Big up yourself. One Indian. Yes, sir. We'll continue to keep up the good work. Artnell Muir. Way up there with there. Petra said, enough love to all who in the chat. Kinsley Anglin. Good evening, sir. Welcome. Althea says she loved the song. We'll play it again before the night is over, Althea. OT, remember, Althea says she loved the song, so you have to play it again. Michael Weir. Big up yourself, sir. Oliver Rowe, bless up. The music chemist. It's a chemist. Good evening. As disappointed as I am, the shoveling does even irks me, as what I heard on Mr. Tavares today. All right. The music. We're going to add some clarity to what happened today. But I saw the thing said. How great thou art. Big up yourself. Hilaire Smith. Thank you. Right back at you. Margarita Allen. Blessings. Althea, oh, you kill me now, Althea. Hey, Althea, you know what? Tell me that in August. While you're right, back and tell me the same thing you tell me now. It's nice to live in Florida. Tell me that in August. All right, mid-August. Judith Hibbert. Yeah, we'll convey that. Kevin, where you're there, people are asking, we're not big you up. Antonia Goff, big up yourself. From Canada. Oh, that's another thing. You have to tell me where I call from so that we can big up the hometown, you know? Richard Reed, bless up, bless up, bless up, bless up. Relate Taylor, hello. Big up. Dalton from Ontario. Yes, sir. How no do? How they do? How no do? Don James. Big up yourself, Don. Big up yourself, Don. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Marie Ming. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Keep it going. Jackie Graham. Bless up. Thanks for joining us. Marjorie Webby. Enough love. Right back at you. Laureen Dowling. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, Laureen. Kinsley Anglin. Bless up yourself. Kimon. Stay so. Yeah, man, we're big up. Year 66 or AER 60. Sorry, AER 60. Blessings, blessings. Dorothy Edwards. Love you too. Right back at you. Patricia Banton. Yes, man. Big up yourself, Patricia. Kelsia Miller. Chelsea. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. No, how am I pronounce that one here? Enrithi Thimump. You know what? Big up yourself. BJ. Big J64 here. Big up yourself. I shouldn't say so because I don't know if it's a lady. Big up yourself. Mitzi Davis. I big up everybody. Pauline Gale. Good night to you. Welcome. Opal's Kitchen. Is that you, OT? One Rattigan to the world. That me say. That you God, yeah. That you God bless. Keep the faith, my brother. Rest is not for the swift, not battle for someone who can for them. Indeed. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Robert Ellison. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Soul of Peace. Good night. Good night. What the emoji there? HD-QK1IQ. I don't know what it is, but look nice. Yeah. Relate Taylor. Good evening. Good evening. All right, that's it, Oti. Angela Ivory. Greetings. Thanks for coming. Norma Barclay. From Trelawney. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Miriam Edwards. Blessings. Diane Folks. From London, England. All of English people. Hey, you know what? I'm going to play some English reggae tonight. You know, I'm going to play Aswad. I'm going to play Steel Pulse. What else I'm going to play? A whole bunch of things I'm going to play tonight. Kitchen Fun Club. Big up. Thank you for joining. Juliet Rowe. Good night. Good night. Thanks for joining. Hazel Jones. Hazel Jones present. Big up yourself. Thanks. Let me see who else. Obscure 16. Yeah, man. We will continue to do that. Rest assured. Thank you. Thank you. Friends from Lake. Good night. Good night. Kiki. Big up yourself. Phyllis Brown. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Good night. Good night. Doreen Vassell. Good night. Good night. Paulette Francis and Glenn Samuels. Bless. Bless. Miriam Edwards. Blessings. Did I just miss one? No, go back. Did I miss? Was that Miriam, the one before Angela Ivory? OT? I don't want to miss anybody, you know. I don't want to miss anybody because you know what? Without you, my people, I would not be here. You know, or it wouldn't be as nice. Maybe I would be here, but it wouldn't be as nice. Because it's an intimate crowd, and we just consider ourselves family. At the end of the day, family. And so we can talk and exchange ideas and just have a good time. Miriam Edwards, blessings. June, N2S, ETF, bless up. Jonathan Johns, big up yourself, Jonathan. Oh, Miriam from Houston, Texas. Okay. Miriam, I hope the bad weather never touch you because I have some people in Dallas and I think they got touched. I don't know if I'm hoping you didn't. All right, Miriam, thanks for joining us. Refresh to excellence. So why Mr. Warmington isn't Speaker of the House? Yeah. And we have a whole bunch of people to blame for that. Thanks for joining us. Annette Parks, Ohio. Wow. Ohio. You get a lot of snow, we know that. You can't wait for spring, right? Judith, we're Saturday the party on Saturday. Music Chemist, St. Albans, Queens, New York. Dion Clayton, bless up yourself, Dion. Yeah. Lorene Dowling. Oh, Southeast Florida. Oh, wait a minute. A bit chilly. Oh, great, thou art. Novlet, Passard. Patricia from Florida and else. Novlet, Passard. Oh, from Orlando. Okay. Outstanding. Mikey Reed. Oh, good night from France. Big up yourself, Sweet Pea. Then we have Megawatt. I said, Cole. Yeah. Sandra McEwan, bless up. Ivan Miller, bless up. Did I miss anybody? Make we talk there. Reggae Medic, big up yourself. Ruby Thompson, who God bless no man. Indeed. I feel God bless lots of snow in Maryland. Ice for this. Yeah, I agree. I'm experiencing that now. Diane folks from London, England. Big up, continue the good work. Steve Trout. Thank you. Phyllis Brown. A. Johnson. A family will say, yeah man, Cheryl Allen, good night. Novlet from Ontario. Son of Yahweh, it is easier to fool the people and to convince them that they are being fooled. Indeed. That is so true. Imagine and believe. Mobile. A lot of people. Stephen Riley. There, yeah. Yes. OT said that's it. But then Mitch said Dallas bad. Stephen Riley, them can't stop me. No. And then with the energy what I get from all them to stop me. Well, I don't mean them a stop, you know. I mean them a try stop. We them a try stop. It's we them a try stop. Because this thing is bigger than me. Me just I do the thing, but una do the thing with me and me I live off of the energy what I get from you. So yes. Denise Brown, big up yourself. Can you put up Dr. Ben's webpage for me and his number? Dr. Ben is here. We'll put it up. He's coming on. Friends from Lake, we did a whole low profile. All right. Miranda Ruddock, love the one-on-one roll call. Respect. Okay. All right. Miranda, big up yourself. You know it go. Sterling, so them can't stop with. There you go. Mikey reached Toronto get a whole heap of snow. Well, that we can't believe. But what we can't believe is the people in Orlando say cowl. Because this time of the year it's supposed to be nice. But anyway, we don't want it to be cold for the people in Orlando because this is the time of the year where it's supposed to be very nice. Because believe me, people, when you start talking about July and August and September, it's very, very hot. I used to live in Tampa, which is not too far from Orlando, and used to call it the lightning capital because when you start talking about July and August and September, hot, hazy, humid, thunder showers every day, lightning strikes. So, all right. Sterling Foster, yeah, them can't stop with. Kishen Fun Club, so we want paid in US dollars. You know something, Kishen? Judith Bird, can't stop our professor. We're gonna fix them together for real. Love you, Judith. Big up yourself. Dr. Ben. All right. Folks, here what now? Dr. Ben is here now. With Dr. Ben, we haven't seen Dr. Ben for years. Or it feels like years because the man was here with us every week, and then Melissa came along and the man packed up him things and said, watch here, I have to help my people, And the man move out and start heading west. And I think I heard from him, I think twice or 3 times. No more than 3 times. I'm have to say to OT, you hear from him all right? And same thing with Nicola, They just pack up and they went west and said, we're going to help. And we have to give them props because not a lot of people did it. Not a lot of people could do it. They did it. And they did it out of love for the Jamaican people. And it was a great sacrifice for them. I know. Because they don't have it like that where them can just pack up and just go and do what they have to do. No, they have to sacrifice and things. But you know what happened? The sacrifice wasn't uppermost in their minds. What was uppermost was to provide assistance to the suffering people. That. And we have to big them up. We have to big them up. Veronica Clark said, when the haters see greatness, fear what? God bless, no man curse. Yes, Veronica. Yes. Refreeze said, top what cold come on Chicago. You're right. Refreeze. You should say refreeze. No, refresh. But you're right. Chicago. You're right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we have 2 people we'll bring on right now. One of them want to say today, and I'm not afraid for cuss people, Well, he doesn't curse. He doesn't curse. He chastises people, when they get out of bounds. And then we have the great, the one, the only, Dr. Ben with us. The man I referred to first was Jeffrey Tavares, senior right, there's some people, and we have Dr. Ben. Gentlemen, brethren, family, welcome.
Good night.
Good night. It's good to be on.
Yes, Dr. Ben, Mr. Rattigan miss you, because, you get the things and pop him up,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It was I missed the interaction, missed the family, missed everybody. But while I wasn't on, believe me, I was still busy getting a lot done.
Yes, because you have to raise the dead all over the place, Go ahead.
Smithfield uplifting. Yes. We see you, recognize you, and we'll continue the fight. Yes. Go ahead, Dr. Ben. Sorry.
Yeah, man. So it's good to be on. As you said, during my absence, we were, we got a lot done. I got 2 books. I have about 5 books that I'm working on. Wow. I was able to finish 2 of them, and I have them out. And we did a lot of work in Belmont in Westmoreland. We've been doing a lot of clinics. Belmont is the epicenter of the hurricane. The eye passed over, and trust me, I have never seen persons, so brave, but persons that were utterly destroyed. Even 2 weeks ago, we were there. We do clinics. We have a team that goes in with relief work. We have clinics there, and we have so many sponsors, so many support from Jamaicans here on the island and outside of Jamaica. So big up to the Source Farm community, Nicola, and all the other stakeholders and team members who have really made a difference in a lot of persons. Right now, we're embarking on a program to help with water distribution because they have no water. Because there's water in the air, there are rivers, but then the distribution network has been seriously disrupted. So right now, we're working on that, to getting persons to have access to clean, portable water. And as we talk about water, that's a beautiful segue for me to talk about maybe because I see persons in the day. So in the days I have clinics. So in the night is when I get to do a lot of work. So for the period of time that I wasn't on, I was able to put out 2 books. One of them is called the Cellular Hydration Revolution. It's on Amazon. And the other one is called the Alkaline Jamaican Guide. The Cellular Revolution basically is about water, and that's what I want to talk about. One of the things that I'm focusing on after spending enough time and writing and researching, I've come to the conclusion that nearly every or 95% of the modern diseases that we have is linked to dehydration. And since then, I've been doing a lot of work. I've restructured all my clinics and restructured our protocol, where all our programs now begin with hydration and then nutrition. And Dr. Sebi, when he stumbled upon what I stumbled upon, he put an ad in the paper, and the ad that he had in the paper was that he is able to cure every disease, every single disease that exists. He is able to cure them. He had that in the newspaper, and he went. He was in serious problem for that, but nonetheless, he was able to prevail. I'm not going to put an ad out, but what I want to share with you is that the body heals itself, and we have been sharing this with a lot of persons that from diabetes to whatever the health condition is, we've been sharing the message of hydration and nutrition, and we've been seeing people lives turn around. So tonight, if I get the chance, that's what I want to talk about. Most of the persons who think they have diabetes, they are dehydrated. The people who have stomach acidity, and the people who have obesity problems, and the people who have cancer. Most of the modern diseases that we know about and we talk about is rooted in dehydration. So what I think I love with the family here is that they ask questions. And so tonight, during my sharing, I really want to share with persons, because a lot of persons who are sick will be amazed. They would be amazed, Rattigan. In the last, because when we came off the show, due to the hurricane, I went back into my hut and I started thinking, because Jamaica, has and was seriously destroyed. A lot of people didn't have money, and I'm thinking about what is that one thing that persons can use to turn around their health. Because here it was, no, Rattigan, that we've been talking about the herbs and we're still promoting the herbs, but here it was that so many of the herbs, so many of the plants, when I went into Belmont, all we saw for acres upon acres upon acres upon acres was just brown hillside. There was no vegetation. And so I thought that when I came upon this good news, what we were using to help people was water and salt. And salt. So of all the diseases that are out there, all the minerals that are out there, and I think that so many people would be excited, but I want to share with you how these 2 powerful compounds can virtually reverse so many of the diseases that we have now.
All right, we'll get to that. We'll get to that shortly. Reggae Medic, thank you. Yeah, we expected the fight, and we just brace feet, but well, more than brace, we are leaning to the win. But we'll talk about that. But thanks for the support. And then Judith Hibbert, Judith said, Mr. Rattigan, my dream gonna come true soon. You read, Andrew is right. I dream 50 FBI agents went to pick him up. He was cuffed on his feet, chain. You was the one who read him his right. So, Judith, Judith, a lot of people would agree with the answer, but we can't wait for something like this to happen. And it not have nothing to do with politics, and it just have to do with people that the things aren't being done right. I heard through the grapevine, well, probably not the grapevine, but that the Prime Minister and a delegation went or they're planning to go to Panama to meet up with Caribbean fund people from a Caribbean funding mechanism because they're looking to get about $1 billion to help. Them have a lot of money already, and them still get more money, and I just hope we
He's
can
already there, Mr. Rattigan.
Is there already? Okay, yeah. So yeah, somebody gave me the news. I think on Sunday they told me that it was gonna happen. So he's there with my favorite minister. He's also there with gentleman minister of industry.
Hill.
Yeah, and a few other people. So and they're there hand in hat begging money. And they're probably gonna get it. But it's all right. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, welcome. Talk to us. What's going on in your world, sir?
Well, in my world is as I did today. I went on the program today and I repeated on this platform that why didn't the members of the Jamaican diaspora who are running in this election ask those who said to them that they have to vet them? Did the Jamaican people vet Alonda Turlong when he was putting up himself to become member of parliament? Did we vet him? When the Prime Minister appointed Camilla Johnson-Smith as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, did the people of Jamaica vet Camilla Johnson-Smith to figure out if she is worthy of the cause? But they did not do so because those in the Jamaican diaspora, what they love is recognition. And they have to get the order of old dead donkey. And the order of this and the order of that. And they have to go around and say, oh Lord, I was at the minister last night, spent $2,000 on a plate of dinner just to split the minister. Nobody asks any questions. Because majority of us in this diaspora are a bunch of set of hypocrites. We will not ask questions. How many members of the Jamaican diaspora who's running? And those are up here who are not running in anything. Have you asked the Jamaican government how much money they collect for this Hurricane Melissa effort? We don't ask no question. Because what we do, we sup up to these people because we have to get the order of this and the order of that. That is what that is what's on my mind tonight, Mr. Rattigan. That we must wake up in this country. And the Jamaican diaspora, if you truly love Jamaica, put Jamaica first. And say to the government of the day, you cannot be running the Jamaican diaspora. When Delana Franklin helped to start the Jamaican diaspora, the People's National Party headed by PJ Patterson at the time, didn't meddle within the Jamaican diaspora. So why is it that we must allow this government to dictate to us and meddle in it? And by the way, I heard some gentleman on a program yesterday evening talking. The government of Jamaica don't fund the Jamaican diaspora. We must get that straight. The government of Jamaica don't fund the Jamaican diaspora. They don't give them 1 red cent. Anyway, Mr. Rattigan, make a baby safe tonight. Take back over your program here, sir.
All right. Folks, we have a an audio tape to play for you. And I'm referring to the interview that Mr. Tavares just mentioned. And you're going to find it quite interesting because this diaspora election has taken on a life of its own. Never before did we have what we're having now in terms of the alleged election manipulation. We've never had that. And we've never had this much interest in the diaspora election. But there is a lot of interest right now, and there's a lot at stake. And we saw where Mr. Patrick Beckford, he put out an article in the Observer, and it garnered a lot of attention, even in Jamaica. So much so that he was interviewed last night along with 2 other men. And we're gonna play the interview and we're gonna break it down and we're gonna break it down so that you understand what this means. What this means and what it means for you. And we're going to separate facts from fallacy. And we're going to do it with documentation. We're just not going to tell you that, oh, yeah, we believe this and we believe that. We're going to provide you with the documentation. And then we're going to debunk all of this nonsense that people are talking out there. Now, as most of you know, it was a week ago, 1 week ago, that I found out that I was rejected. It was on this program a week ago when I was telling all of you to sign up to vote. And some of you in the chat said, well, who are we going to vote for? Because we want to vote for you, but your candidacy is not there. And I thought my candidacy was there. And I can tell you that some of those people involved with this thing, they're watching right now. They're watching. But we'll talk about what happened. We won't talk about what's going to happen. You know, we'll just bring the facts to you because they said some very vile, vicious, nasty things about me. And, you know, it is what it is. But not broad shoulders. We can deal with it. And, you know, I come from the school that said that you must lean into the wind. So, you know, that's what we're going to do. We've always done it and we will continue to do it. But we're going to give you a few facts because a lot of you out there, and I've been getting the phone calls. And the phone calls, they kind of, some of them, I know, once people start talking to me, I know where they're going and I see their strategy. They don't want to offend me. So they find a way to get around because like it was said in the chat last week that whatever was said about me in the Gleaner, it must be true because the Gleaner wouldn't put out something like that. They wouldn't put out something like that. And even though I wasn't named, it wasn't difficult for you to figure out who they're talking about.
Mr. Rattigan, if I may, sir, I may. The Jamaican government has taken the Jamaican people for a bunch of kunumunu. You're the only person who was rejected. Anybody else was rejected?
Yeah. Somebody else was rejected. But what happened is that they remember when I got that letter, and I think I'll show it tonight, when I got the letter from them saying that they changed the rules midstream, they stopped the voting, and they said that your candidacy is fine. If you applied before, you don't have to reapply. You're good. So when the Gleaner came out and said 2 people were rejected, 1 was rejected for a late submission. The people who watched this program and were, you know, all along, they knew that was, you know, that person wasn't me.
Right.
I showed the thing saying that, yeah. And I showed it a week or more before they actually rejected my candidacy. And so I showed it. So there's only 1 candidate left, and that is the convicted criminal, and the person was adjudged a bankrupt. There's only 1 person left. Plus, don't forget that the spreadsheet that allegedly came from them, the spreadsheet named 2 people. This one had named 2 people. And my name, right next to my name was the 5.2 reference in the terms of reference that speaks about criminal conviction and bankruptcy. So it's fairly evident who they're talking.
Mr. Rattigan, you know, it's your program, and I have to be respectful on your program. But don't we have a convicted criminal in the parliament right now, sitting in the parliament, and most of them inside are convicted criminals, but they haven't been through any court of law, but we know that they're criminals.
Yeah, you know, let me tell you something. For what I've been through for the last week, it's not fair, but it's life. It's life.
You know, they don't want a young man who has come out of Waterhouse, rise himself to the level of where he is, and retired as a special agent of the FBI, a son of Jamaica, a man who know what it's like. I mean, I'll go back there, sir, to eat tin mackerel and dumpling and butter and dumpling to survive. So what they're going to do is bring down his character. Imagine if it was a Jeffrey Tavares, what they would say about him. Or a Dr. Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What would say about us? And that is why we must ask the question. When they come and say going to vet people in the diaspora who's going to run, have the Jamaican people vet Alonda Turlong when he put up himself to become member of parliament or as a member of parliament? Anybody vet him? Jamaica right now in the Parliament of Jamaica is a convicted criminal sitting inside there.
Yeah.
We must wake up in this country.
Well, so like I said, we'll just do an overview of what actually took place. We won't talk about what we're going to do. We'll just talk about what took place so that all of you will walk away with a full understanding, because I'm getting a bunch of phone calls, and like I said, it's disturbing. And some of the calls are from people who know me well, and the calls kind of indicate that, yeah, I know you, but I didn't. But I thought I knew you, but I don't, because the gleaner indicated that you are such and such and such. And I find that I have to keep defending myself, and that's not right. It's not right. But people, here's what happened now. Sometimes you just have to just take it one step at a time, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just living my life one day at a time, and we'll get to it. This Saturday, we're going to be talking about the University Hospital of the West Indies and the funny dealings going on up there with procurement. And I don't know if we won't be able to complete the full report. So we're gonna take a segment of it, and we're gonna go over it, and we're gonna again talk to you about procurement rules. We've done this before, but now it's playing out in front of your eyes. So it's not just a concept, that I mentioned. It's something that you can actually see and you can track. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about fertilizer. And the reason for that is the Auditor General I think it was like a few weeks ago, she referred the matter to the Financial Secretary for action to recover funds lost. And when I say lost, meaning that monies that should have gone to the Jamaican people, as they say, unaccounted for. So she's asking, I think it's like 63 million, but there's a little discrepancy there. We'll talk about that because I actually think it's more than that. We're going to talk about that on Saturday. And of course, we're going to talk about the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council election. In fact, people, voting started today. Voting started today. Now, I know a lot of you call me and say, boy, me now vote. And a lot of the people calling me and telling me this, they're in the Northeast. They're in the Northeast. And I understand where you're coming from. And we'll talk about that. But there's a candidate that we would like you to support if you live in the South. There's a candidate that we would like you to support, and we're going to bring the candidate on, hopefully, this Saturday, so you can hear from the candidate, the plans, the ambition, the goals, the objectives, all of that. You'll hear. And then we're going to suggest, we're going to recommend, we're going to urge you to vote for this candidate. Very good candidate. a candidate that we believe will hold the government's feet to the fire. So stay tuned for that. All right, Dr. Ben, we had some questions.
Yes, I saw them.
Yeah, oh, you made note of them?
Yeah, man. So,
all right.
Bonaweed, one question was, what's the course of action for the new virus that is out now? And then that's one question. And then Bonaweed asks again, people are dying from flu in Jamaica and around the world. That's more like a statement. But just before the hurricane came, I think it was a day or two before the hurricane came, I did a video. I don't know if I can, where I can find it, but I said I need to find it because I said in that video that after the hurricane leaves, there is going to be an outbreak and there's going to be a virus. And I did say, when it happens, I know at that time I'm going to share with you some herbs that have been traditionally used and are traditionally very effective against viruses. The reason why I could say that it wasn't any supernatural prediction, it's a fact. Whenever Jamaica has a hurricane, a month, sometime up to 3 months after that hurricane, there is usually a viral outbreak. Most persons remember chikungunya and other Zika virus. All of them preceded came right after hurricane, and that is because the wind comes with a lot of viruses and so on and so forth. And then usually in the month of December, whenever you have cold and a lot of moisture, that is when mold and that is when those microorganisms multiply significantly. That's why it's called the flu season. So usually at that time of the year, you have to do a little more to boost your immune system. There's a place in Jamaica called New Market in St. Elizabeth. And if you go to New Market, and once you enter New Market on both sides of the road, there's a herb that grows there, and particularly there and anywhere else in Jamaica, that grows there abundantly, super abundantly. And that is a herb called Artemisia, or it's a herb called sweet wormwood. And it is very, very effective. As a matter of fact, that herb is so popular in New Market that it is a nuisance. When you look at where the fencing is on the road, all the way through New Market, that herb grows in abundance, and it is a very, very powerful antiviral, antibacterial herb. It is very effective against a wide strain of viruses. So that's one herb that has been traditionally used for viruses. For persons who are living in the States, you can get sweet wormwood. There's also another herb, another plant that most of us have and don't know, and that is the leaf of the papaya, the papaya leaf. It's very, very effective against, and not only is it only effective, the papaya leaf also increases the white blood cell count. So that's one herb that is also very effective, and you can take it green. You can get one leaf for an adult, maybe a half a leaf for a child. You can just get that leaf green. If you're using it for a child, you can get green, and then you can add to that a leaf of life. So about one leaf of life, and you can crush it into a little green, because the papaya leaf, if none of you have ever tasted it, papaya leaf is very, very bitter. So, but if you're having any type of viral or outbreak in the flu, then the papaya leaf taken maybe every 4 hours. So every 4 hours you want, because what happens when you have a flu virus, what happens is that for you to experience symptoms, it is the viral load that gets very high. And so when you lick it one time and lick it 2 times, 1 time isn't enough. So you may need to hit it maybe 3 or 4 times, or take it over a 3-day period for it to go. So the papaya leaf is one. the Artemisia. There's another herb called sweet tawa, or it's called milkweed. That's also found in Jamaica. That's very effective. And then if you don't have any of those, most people have this now in their cupboard. If you get some cayenne pepper, ginger, and lemon juice, and drink that if you want to add some garlic to it, fine. But if you take that every 2 hours, doesn't matter how dangerous the flu virus is, that will put it into check. So for those persons who are experiencing the flu, and there's also rice bitters. We went to Belmont and we're using rice bitters because rice bitters has been seen in many studies to be effective against rabies. So that rabies outbreak in Westmoreland, the rice bitters is one of those herbs that we're recommending as a preventative tool in helping persons to boost their body's health. So those are some herbs that persons can get if they're having any one of those issues. I wanted to talk a little bit, as I said, about hydration because to many persons' surprise, many persons' surprise, a lot of the persons who are sick would be amazed to know that they are sick because they are dehydrated. And one of the things I tell persons is that anything that man hand touch, anything that man touch, anything, we are very good at complicating or making very simple things complex. And that is one of the reasons why I love natural medicine, because in natural medicine, it's very simple. Western medicine is designed by nature to make things complex, and it does that because it wants to create a relevance for them. But in health, it's very simple. As a matter of fact, I tell persons what Western medicine is guilty of is the sin of misappropriation. So what was meant to be a natural process, because healing is simple, it was meant to be a natural process, then Western medicine have made it into a task. And so some of us, when we think or when we ask questions, question asked about kidney cleansing. I didn't see that question. Maybe if you can find it and post it from Elaine Turner. I don't see the question about kidney cleansing. What I want to do, and while looking for the question, what I want to do is I want to get you to understand and to think very simply. Most of the reasons that people are asking, most of the questions that persons are asking, they're asking it from the standpoint that they see healing as a task and not as a process. So let me put it simple. When you eat food, Jeffrey, when you eat, what do you have to do voluntarily for the food to be assimilated or digested? Is there anything that you have to do?
You have to chew the food properly.
Yes. So apart from chewing the food, once it gets into the body, I mean, you pass all the chewing stage. Is there anything that you do?
You have to make sure it digests. You sit a while and make it digest, run up and down.
Right. So basically, once you eat food, your body doesn't ask permission to digest it or to assimilate it. It's a natural process.
Yes.
If you were to get a cut, your body doesn't ask permission whether it should heal that cut or not. It happens naturally. And so healing is natural. When a woman gets pregnant, there's nothing that she does voluntarily or intentionally for that child to develop, for that life to develop. That child is going to develop in the womb with your permission or not. Mm-hmm. It's going to happen. It's a process. And so healing is really a process. And one thing that we all agree on is that the body heals itself. And so we have to ask the question, therefore, if the body is not healing itself, why? I see somebody ask, Dr. Ben, what can be used for fatty liver? Kidney cleansing. And I want to answer as many questions as I can if time permits me. But I really want to get to train your mind to think differently. And that differently is to understand that when a person is sick, our healing starts from hydration and nutrition. So once you are sick, if you're listening and you're sick, if it's kidney issues, if it's fatty liver, it doesn't matter what it is. If it is that you are sick, 95% of the chance of the reason is because you are dehydrated. And a lot of persons may disagree because of their understanding of the word dehydration. And so that is also another word that we may need to look at and redefine and help people to understand hydration or dehydration, because dehydration is very different to the body from what they have taught us to understand the meaning of that. But I really want to answer the question that was asked about, Dr. Ben, what can be used for fatty liver? So, as I said, most of the questions that persons ask, they ask from the standpoint of seeing healing as a task. That is a task approach. Once we have to, because as I just said, there's nothing that we do for food to be assimilated. If you get a cut, there's nothing that you do for it to heal itself. Now, once we are approaching healing from the perspective of what we have to do, we're approaching healing from the perspective of a task. And healing is so natural that it was never, that responsibility was never given to the conscious mind. It was given to the subconscious mind. So physical healing happens naturally and it happens involuntarily. Now, fatty liver, a person who has fatty liver takes some time to be reversed, or it takes some time to be resolved. Why? Because fatty liver is really an indication of toxins around the liver. As I said to persons, I think I've said it on the show, that of all the specialists that exist in the world, there is no liver specialist. So there's a specialist for almost every other part of the body except the liver. And the reason for that is because if there was a liver specialist, every other doctor would die for hunger. If you take care of your liver, it's nearly virtually impossible for you to get sick. So by not creating a liver specialist, it was intentionally designed that persons would not take care of their liver. And so every other specialist would live. But milk thistle, dandelion is a very good herb for cleansing the liver and for supporting the liver. Those are two very popular herbs. There are some others that, if I mention, you would know, but those, milk thistle, dandelion, are very good herbs. What's so great about oregano and black seed oil when taken together? Well, what's so great about them is that these two herbs, these two products are anti-inflammatory, they're antibacterial, they're antiviral, and they also boost the immune system. So when you combine these two powerful ingredients together, they give the body a phenomenal ability to fight off or to ward off disease and infection. So that's what's powerful about these two, oregano and black seed oil. You know, that's what's so powerful about it. But as I said, even for those who are in the US now, who are after this cold storm, this ice storm, or what they call it, Rattigan? Snowstorm.
Snowstorm.
Yeah,
Snowstorm.
Snowstorm. Some persons are not having any snow, but the weather has been increased has fallen dramatically. And so from a weather like this, we are going to see a lot of persons being sick right after. Because, again, this is a weather that is very supportive of viruses and molds and funguses, those type of bacteria, organisms that support and break down the immune system. And so if you notice, because again, just pay attention to nature. If you notice, there are very few plants that live or that can live even during this cold. These plants are usually pine, and these plants are usually willows. Pines, one of the reasons why they are so resilient and they are able to withstand the cold is because they are these are the only plants, because mankind always have greenery not in every natural setting. And these pines are very, very powerful because they contain antibacterial compounds. So these pines are not just resilient in the cold. These are the plants that will help you to overcome the viruses and the bacteria that will be present during this cold. So, those are some good plants to have and to take. The bark of them, a lot of them also have a gum or resin that is very, very good for fighting off bacteria.
Okay.
Dr. Ben. Sorry, Dr. Ben.
Yes.
If a man can't pass his urine, what is the cause of that?
Well, that's constriction. Mostly it's constriction, where it could be an enlarged prostate. It could be kidney stones, but usually it's mostly one of those. I mean, in rare exceptions, there are sometimes tumors in the urethra, but those are the main concerns. Most of the time, depending on if it's a mature person, it's usually enlarged prostate. Most times.
You have an idea if those tumors are cancerous?
If it's a tumor, it more than likely is. But as I said, if somebody is not passing their urine, the most common reason would be an enlarged prostate, especially if it's a male and they're up in their 60s, 70s. Usually.
But so if a person in their 50s and that happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, male or female?
Male.
Male. Usually it's an enlarged prostate.
Mm.
That's the first suspicion, and then they'll because then if it's a urinary, if it's a kidney stone, then you're gonna find blood being passed out, small amounts of blood in trickling.
But if it's a urinary tract infection, I mean, is that still a prostate issue?
No, urinary tract infections can be caused from prostate issues because, again, when you have an enlarged prostate and you're not passing your urine, then what happens is that the accumulation of urine creates overgrowth of bacteria. Yes. And then that can cause an infection. But then there can also be kidney stones that come through that slice the urine. And once it slices the urine and the bacteria goes in, then you'll have bladder infection and you have urinary tract infection. So the urinary tract infection is an infection in the tract, in the urethra. And then the bladder infection now is where the infection goes beyond the urethra and is up in the bladder.
Okay, and the only way to get...
But it's very... traditionally, one of the most common treatment is the corn silk, the hair of the corn. Very, very effective.
Corn silk?
Yeah, corn hair.
So what do you do with that?
You make a tea. You just get the hot water and pour it on it, cover it up, let it draw, strain it, and just drink it.
And it helps with the prostate?
No, with urinary tract infection.
Okay. So
with the prostate now, because most of the time the medical doctor will do an insertion in the rectum, and I really strongly, nowadays a lot of people talk about PSA, and a PSA is not a very reliable tool in determining prostate cancer. It's because of a PSA just means that there's an increase in certain proteins, right? But the most effective method is a rectal examination. And so when you put your hand in, when the doctor puts his finger in the rectum, what he's feeling for is that he's feeling the prostate gland to see if there's any bump to see if it is hardened. Because usually once there is a tumor, there is going to be a small bump, or once the outer membrane of the prostate is hardened, then that is what is going to cause the swelling. Because what happens is that whatever fluid is inside the prostate is not coming out, so the prostate begins to swell. So I really recommend, it's a bit uncomfortable, but it's one of the most effective way of determining when something is wrong with the prostate. And so there are a number of herbs that can help with that. A very good herb is a herb called saw palmetto, because enlarged prostate is one of the main culprits, is a chemical similar to what causes fibroids. So when a man reaches a certain age, 60 and over, the man begins to produce a hormone called dihydrotestosterone. Now, it is a type of estrogen. Even though it's called dihydrotestosterone, it's really a type of estrogen. And estrogen are growth hormones. They cause things to grow. So in a female body, when a girl reaches puberty, it is the estrogen that causes the hips to widen. It is the estrogen that causes the development of the breast, those feminine features. And so you'll find also that when men reach a certain age and they start to have enlarged prostate, they will start to have certain feminine features, like they will start to develop breasts and so on and so forth. And that is because of the increase in the dihydrotestosterone, which is a type of estrogen.
So hold on for me, Dr. Ben. Hold on for me a minute. You're saying that when a man have an enlarged prostate, his breasts start getting big?
Most times, a lot of times. It's called gynecomastia. A lot of men also struggle with three things. Enlarged prostate is also coupled with reduced sexual desire, and it's also and the man will also experience a number of increased feminine feature. Because remember, the hormone that causes the man to have his virility and his sex drive is testosterone. And so if as he gets older, his estrogen level is increasing, then his sex drive is going to go down. And he's also going to have balding, hair begin to ball out, and his muscle mass begins to go. So his muscle gets softer. Because remember, a woman doesn't have a lot of muscle. The reason for that is because of the amount of estrogen that she has. And so one of the main cause of that is, of course, the fact that a lot of the foods contain additional estrogen, right? So a lot of the chicken has a lot of hormone are chemicals that are estrogen, but they act like estrogen. A lot of the hair care products, a lot of the skin care products. So a lot of skin care products, hair care products, and food have a lot of estrogen in it. And so when the man reaches a certain, that accumulation now begins to attack him. And so that is the reason why I said to men, when you start to go up in your 50s, there are certain herbs that you need to introduce into your diet, like the herbs that promote high testosterone. That is also one of the reasons why we recommend working out, building your muscle, because as you get older, your muscle goes away, your ear begins to go, your prostate begins to grow, your sex drive begins to go as well. That is because you are going through hormonal changes, similar to what happens at puberty. So we go through different hormonal stages, not just puberty. And when a man starts to have enlarged prostate, just like the woman who goes into menopause, you go through a hormonal stage again, where the body begins to experience those changes. So what you eat is very important, because a lot of the food that we eat, even, for example, apart from the hormone-rich foods, a lot of people use chemicals that are what we call endocrine disruptors that disrupt the endocrine system, that disrupt the hormonal system. And then most people are dehydrated. Most people are dehydrated, and when you become dehydrated, how dehydration affects we call it the ductless gland, is that once your body begins to go into dehydration, what happens is that the body has to now manage scarcity of water inside, and that's going to affect hormones. So as I said to you, a lot of the ailments that people have right now, a lot of the ailments, the body would be able to resolve it if it had the raw material, which is the hydration and the nutrition. It would resolve it because the body has an amazing ability to protect and to heal itself.
You know, I'll let Mr. Rattigan take over, but you need to elaborate if what sort of foods should men stay away from that they don't have an enlarged prostate?
All right, so you need to so there are some foods to stay away from, and there are some foods to increase. So foods to stay away from, as I said, and I mean you can look it up. Foods that have so soybean, any soy-based product, that's something to avoid. So veg chunk, tofu, soy milk, anything that has soy on it. As a man, you should avoid it. But also, as a woman, if you're older, you can. But when you are younger, during the years of your life, when estrogen is important, when you eat these foods and your body have too much estrogen, which is what now causes the fibroids, you know, because it's a growth hormone. So soy-based products, you need to avoid them. And there are certain herbs also that you need to avoid. Herbs like black quash, blue quash, herbs like fenugreek. Those herbs are herbs that a man should avoid. Chicken or animal meat, where the animals are fed processed feeding, because these animals are given feed with hormones in it to enhance or to accelerate their growth.
So Dr. Ben, like me and Rattigan know who love to eat, you know, the steak and the and those things. We have to stay away from them.
Yes, man. And unless you can find animals that are grass-fed. So it's not the animals so much that is the problem. It is what they are eating. So you become a secondary consumer of some very harmful poisons because these animals are grown in a commercial setting.
Ratty, over to you now to unmute your mic.
All right, folks. What we ought to know is I'm going to just play a couple of videos. There's one audio we're working on. I want you to hear the interview. I want you to hear it because I'm going to show you something. But in the meantime, some of you called me and you were talking about the procedure in Parliament, saying that Mr. Warmington continues to display his thorough knowledge of the standing orders. Here's one example.
We can all appreciate the Speaker is not in the House at this time. Don't tell the member the Speaker didn't get a chance to look at it. That's not unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And we should bring the House to that level to come with this nonsense. If a member submit his or her question 24 hours before, it's no business of the member whether the Speaker look at it or not. It's supposed to be with it before the sitting. It can be 10 minutes before. It can be 10 minutes before. Okay? So if the Speaker says 24 hours, the member make them available to the clerk before. Okay? If the member deliver to the clerk 24 hours before, it's not the member's fault. So we can't say the Speaker didn't have the time to look at them. Why the hell did you ask for the 24 hours before? It's not the member's fault. The Speaker took 24 hours. The member filled his or her obligation. So it's not our business whether or not the Speaker look at it. It's our obligation to review it before. So don't tell the member this time. Don't tell the member. Don't tell the member the Speaker didn't get a chance to look at it. That's not unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And we should bring the House to that level to come with this nonsense about they get a chance to read. Nonsense.
Another one.
a nurse? Does he drive a hearse? The issue with the JPS, what excuses we got today for them not being here?
The CEO had called me personally on Monday. He said there was a fatal accident involving a convoy of overseas linemen that had four fatalities. And he felt it was important for him to be there to deal with the matters on the ground and ensure that restoration continued.
Is he a doctor, a nurse? Does he drive a hearse? Look, this is the third time we've got excuses from JPS for not being here. I think it's a matter of level of disrespect. It's a height of disrespect and disregard for Parliament. And I'm moving that we issue summons or subpoena, whatever it is here, for them to appear before this committee. We cannot take this step of disrespect from any other institution, and they are the only one that appeared like this.
All right, folks, remember what I was telling you. Putting partisanship aside, this man, MP Warmington, he knows the standing rules better than anybody. Or put it this way, he has displayed a knowledge that has not been displayed by anybody else. He knows the standing rules inside out. And that's why I was saying what the opposition should have done if they wanted to create dissension in the ranks. And there is dissension right now, because what he was complaining about, the first one was complaining about the speaker not having enough time to review, or people saying they didn't have enough time to review something that was submitted by a member. What they should have done is, I repeat, when MP Holness's name was provided as the speaker and was seconded, somebody from the opposition should have gotten up and said, well, we're going to propose MP Warmington. And you know what would happen? Big problems, because he knows it better than, you know, that he could teach the course to MP Holness. He could teach her. But they don't want him. His own party, they don't want him. So they're going to vote for her. And you see, right away, you see what would have happened. Right away, you see what would have happened. Right away. That's the difference between playing checkers and chess. That's the difference. First of all, he's very well qualified to be the speaker, because being the speaker is more about procedure in the House. That's what it is. It's more about procedure. And nobody that I know of, or put it this way, nobody has displayed an aptitude for that more than this gentleman. And that's what they should have done. And he's not afraid of speaking his mind. He's certainly not. But they didn't. And so, people, you can see the how the rules come into play. You can see it. You can see it. It's just a pity I don't have the standing rules up, because we went through it last week, Saturday, and we showed some things about that. You know, one rule, you can't call a member by name. And we saw where MP, the Speaker Holness at one point called him Warmington. That's a no-no. We saw where ISAT had problems raising a point of order for the second time. He shouldn't have had that problem. There's a rule in there that says you can, if you got up and you made a submission, you provided a contribution, and people are mischaracterizing what you said, you have the right to stand up and correct them. And the speaker can't tell you that you can't, he won't recognize you so that you can raise your point of order. Cannot. The other thing is that they can't anticipate. The speaker can't say, well, I think this is what you're going to say, or no. No. Once you say, Speaker, Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. They have to let you rise on that point of order. Now, if you start talking nonsense, then they can say you're out of order. Or if you say something that's really offensive, then they can say you have to withdraw. And then you can, then you sit down. But they have to listen to you. And this nonsense where, you know, you would have the speaker, Madam Speaker, would tell people sit down and not. No. And if I were in charge of the opposition, it would be mandatory that 1 day a week we get together and we go through that book, the house rules. We go through them, and then we have scenarios so that people understand. This is not a joke now. This is not a joke. But that's just Rattigan's take on it. All right. OT, you can move those two. Let me see what else we have, because people are asking for us to open up the phone line. Let me just run this thing.
Let me just take this question from Claudia Fletcher.
Go ahead.
When a male who drinks a lot of water passes urine very often, can that lead to other health problems? And the answer is yes. If you notice, whenever water leaves the body, if you were to taste your tears, you realize that it tastes salt. If you were to taste your sweat, you realize it would taste salt. If you were to taste your urine, it would taste salt. If you would taste blood, pus, mucus coming from the nose. So almost every fluid that leaves the body with a salty taste. Now, one other thing I want to say is that a lot of people, the medical system has villainized salt so much. In other words, they have made people seeing salt as such a dangerous thing that people totally misunderstand. Now, one of the reasons why when you taste these fluids, you will taste salt, is because what you're actually tasting is minerals. When you taste, that salty thing that you are tasting is actually minerals. Now, if you were to look on the periodic table, where all the minerals are found, you will realize that there is no mineral on the periodic table that is called salt. There is no mineral that is called salt, because salt is a state that a mineral is in. So salt can be solid, it can be liquid, and it can be a salt or a gas, right? So they have led us to believe that once we hear the word salt, it's only limited to sodium. Sodium is a salt. Potassium is a salt. Magnesium is a salt. So salt is not unique to just sodium, right? Salt, many minerals, salt is just the state that a mineral is in. So when you taste these fluids that come from the body, and you taste that salt, what tastes salty, what you're actually tasting is minerals, which means every time liquid leaves the body, it leaves with mineral. It doesn't just leave as water, it leaves with mineral. And so if it is that you are passing a lot of liquid, and when you drink your liquid doesn't have any minerals, but when you pass liquid, it leaves with mineral, then it is only common sense that you are being left with a deficit, a mineral deficit. That mineral deficit leads to dehydration or a loss of electrolyte. So that is the reason why if a person drinks too much water and the water is not the right type of water, then that person is worse off. One of the reasons why you know that you are dehydrated, that you're drinking the wrong type of water, is when you pee a lot, you're going to notice that your urine is clear. Your urine is not supposed to be clear. Your urine is supposed to have a color. What it means, when your urine is clear, what it means two things. You're either drinking water that is acidic, or you're drinking the water too fast. It's two things. For absorption to take place, for water to be absorbed in the body, it needs three things increase water absorption. So one is temperature, which is one of the reasons why so many people, especially in the States, drink a lot of water and are dehydrated, because most of the times they are drinking room temperature water, and they are spending a lot of time in an air-conditioned building. So the minute they drink the water, because the body regulates its temperature by managing the amount of water that you have inside. So when you become very cold, you lose a lot of water. So if it is that the urine is clear, it's usually a sign of two things. One, you're drinking the water too fast, because that's one thing that affects water absorption. If you notice, when you get sick and you go to the hospital and they put you on a drip, that drip is actually salt and water. Now, the minute you are put on the salt and water, notice that when you go to the doctor, it is not the doctor who attends to you first, it is the nurse. The reason for that is because when you are chronically sick, the doctor can't touch you until you become stabilized. One way that the doctor, and it is not the job of the doctor to stabilize you, it is the job of the nurse to stabilize you. So what the nurse will do, the nurse will hook you up to an IV. And that IV is not only supplying water. That IV is, what it is doing is because when you get sick, every cell has what is called a particular voltage. So for example, if you get a heart attack and you go in, they use a defibrillator because they know that it is because you are flatline, your voltage is gone. So in order to get you back alive, what they need to do is they need to resuscitate you. So they will stimulate you with electricity because they know that you're, it's current. But what the nurse will pretty much do is the nurse will put you on an IV. The nurse will also, they normally wear a little watch that they will look on. And you'll see them go to the drip where that little switches, it's called a cannula. And what they will do is they'll adjust the cannula and they'll keep on watching, they're looking at their clock. What are they doing? They know that when you are chronically ill, the foundation of life is hydration. So in order to get you stabilized, they have to hydrate you. But it's not just hydration. If that fluid does not have salt in it, you cannot be hydrated. So it is a fluid with salt or minerals, and then the nurse comes back and they check. Drip, drip, and you say drip, 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 drip. Once the nurse see that you've gone through two bags of drips, the nurse will now check your pressure, and once they realize that you're stabilized, the nurse will then turn down the cannula to a steady drip. That drip is designed to maintain your stability, which is now time for the medical doctor to see you. So you are now stabilized. So when you're drinking water, the reason why they turn down the cannula is because they have turned it down to a rate that is consistent to how the body is absorbing that fluid. So in the same way, when we drink water, we should drink water for the body to be absorbed. In other words, it's not the amount of water that you drink that matters. It's the amount of water that you absorb. And so when you are drinking too much water and you realize that your pee is clear, you're in serious problem. Once you realize that your pee is clear, you're peeing often, you are dehydrating yourself. You are putting yourself in a deficit as it relates to minerals. And I want to say something to you, that there are 3 minerals that the body needs. There is potassium, sodium, magnesium, and calcium. There are 3 very important minerals: potassium, sodium, magnesium, and calcium. These are 3 very minerals that have to be in a very delicate balance. So for people who are overweight, those persons who are overweight, one of the reasons why you're overweight is because when you become dehydrated, your cells become damaged. And so a lot of water is in your body, but it's outside the cells. And so, it's very persons who persons who are drinking a lot of water, persons who are drinking a lot of water and you're urinating a lot, it means that you're on your way to becoming sick. That's what it means. Sickness is not an event. Sickness is not when you experience symptoms. Sickness is a process. Once you start to experience symptoms, you're usually at the end stage. You're at the chronic stage of disease. So disease is a process, just like how healing is a process. So if you're not in a healing state, then you are in a disease state. And so persons will say, okay, I'm okay because I'm not feeling symptoms. No. If you begin to get overweight, you're in a disease state. If you're having stomach burning when you eat certain foods, you're in a disease state. If you have swelling in your legs, you're in a disease state. We have to get people to understand, stop waiting until the disease becomes chronic, which is when you start to experience symptoms to start to act. You need to understand and be able to identify the state of disease so that you can deal with it early, so that you can deal with it timely, because when it gets chronic, usually that's when it's expensive. Usually that's when you can't work. Usually that's when other factors are involved. So I really just one person's, somebody says, I don't know if I can answer this one, Ratty says, what's up with 8 glasses a day? And I said, I have this, when I wasn't on, I put out this book, guys, I would encourage you to get it because the greatest weapon against sickness and disease is education, not medication. It's called the cellular hydration revolution. And I go into a whole lot. I'm literally telling you, Dr. Sebi did an ad that he could reverse every disease. I'm telling you, when you understand hydration and nutrition, it is the basis of reversing every known disease or every most modern disease that we have. I'm not saying it reverses all, but it's the best place to start. So 8 glasses of water, we teach people your intake should be 1 liter for every 50 pounds. So if you are 150 pounds, your intake of water should be 3 liters per day. And I can tell you, most persons can't drink the amount of water that they're supposed to drink per day because they don't practice it. So because they don't practice it, the body's absorption pathway is shut down. And so, what we do, as I said, is that we, in our new protocol, in our new approach, we start from hydration, because when you were in your mother's womb, there was no herb in there. There was no moringa in your mother's belly. There was no cerce in your mother's belly. What was in your mother's belly was water. You were in a bag of water. For us to develop and for us to grow to full term, we were suspended in a bag of water for 9 months. And in this bag of water was all the minerals that we needed. When we came out, when we were born, Jeffrey, we were about 80% water. Did you know that by the time we become adults, we're about 60% water? By the time we reach 80 or 85 years old, we're about 57 to 50% water. Now, what I'm saying to you is just common sense. If one of you go to the store right now to buy raisin, you're baking your Christmas cake, and you look at the raisin, it is dehydrated, so it's shriveled. When you take the raisin and drop it in the wine to soak it, all of a sudden the raisin becomes hydrated, it becomes full out. If you think about a baby and a person who is old, what's the major difference you're going to see? The reason why we wrinkle and we get old is because from the time we are born until the time we die, we are in a process of dehydration. So it is the foundation of life. The foundation of life and the foundation of health, the foundation of healing is hydration and then nutrition. So in my book, the cellular hydration, as I said, it's on Amazon, the cellular hydration revolution. I can't, as I said, I wasn't on. And during the time that I wasn't on, I really took the time out to put this book out to help people to identify when they are dehydrated. What does hydration look like in the stomach? When people say they have ulcer, it's dehydration. Yeah, when people say they have H. pylori, it's dehydration.
I never know that.
Yeah, when people say they have high blood pressure, diabetes, all of these diseases that we can, and in the book I go into, I'm coming up in the next book, where what I want to do is explain to persons how dehydration affects the different organs and different systems of the body. And I just want to say this before, you, Jeffrey, you're going home tonight and you're coming out of your vehicle and the storm is out, it's raining, and you're running to your house and you forget to turn off the roof light. And the next morning you get up to go out to turn on your vehicle and it won't come on. What do you think? What's the most likely thing you think happened to your car? Eh?
The battery went dead.
No, battery not dead. And I'll prove because we have to use think common sense now. So I'll let you rephrase your answer. You turn on your radio. You wind up your window. You blow the horn. So the battery couldn't be dead.
Hold on, Ratty. Unmute your mic, Ratty.
Unmute your mic, Ratty.
Sorry. No, they are going do something in the background. No, I said the alternator. If I know the battery, then the alternator. But
no,
the
battery. But the battery is not dead because you can wind the window up, wind the window down, turn on the headlamp, you can blow the horn. So the battery is not dead. The battery has been run down. It's a difference between the battery being dead and the battery running down low. Because what happened is that the manufacturer of the car made the car so that to turn over the engine, it needs a specific volt. But the battery is below that specific volt. So it can't turn over the engine, but the lower function, the lower voltage function, those are able to be performed. So the window can wind up, the horn can be blown, the radio can turn on, and so on and so forth. However, if you continue to, you're sitting in the car, you just bought the car, you're completely oblivious to what's happening to you. You're afraid. You're frantic. And so you run to Ratty and say, Ratty, I just bought the car 2 days ago, 3 days ago, and the car is not working. Ratty sees an opportunity to take advantage of Jeffrey because Jeffrey knows nothing about car.
So I sell him a battery.
So no, you're not selling a battery. So you first of all begin to throw terms at him that makes the problem even sound worse. So Ratty coined a term for the inability of the ignition to be turned on. And Ratty come up with a very, Ratty is very technical. Ratty come up with a very technical term to describe the inability of the ignition to turn over.
Yes, so, and he loves to do that on the Dr. Ben. He loves to do that. You know, you're talking a good thing
tonight. So Jeffrey said, just that the term alone means enough money may have to go spend. But then Ratty says, worse than that, because you didn't know and you were trying to wind up the window. So the ignition has a technical name, and you give a technical name to the window that can't come up. And you give a technical name to the radio that can't turn on. And you give a technical name to the light and the horn that can't come on. This is what the medical system does. Now, anybody who knows anything about battery knows that all of these seemingly 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 problems is really one problem. It is a low voltage. And so once you get the battery jumped or started or changed, the problem is resolved. And that is what is happening to a lot of persons. A lot of persons who have health issues, the medical system gives a name to the symptom, but they're not talking about the root cause. And so because they're not talking about the root cause, then that's the reason why when you go to the hospital, before the medical doctor even touch you, the first thing they do is hook you up to a drip because they know that what you're suffering from is a low voltage in the cells. Once the voltage in the cells come up to about -25 to -30 millivolts, the body begins to heal itself. Anything below that, just see.
All right, let me jump on and do a couple things and then open the phone line. I'll wait to get an audio clip to play. But in the meantime, folks, you remember this? See the handsome guy there? And this is what I'm put up. This is just to do an overview. On Saturday, we're going into it in detail. But we just want to show you that the way things work is that when you, for the election, you put your nomination in, either you can self-nominate or somebody can nominate you. They take some time. They vet you. They clear you. And then they send the information. They're supposed to send the information to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
This nomination is for what, Ati? For those of us who have not been...
For the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, is to represent the diaspora.
Okay.
But you're not really representing the diaspora. You're working for the government of Jamaica. You're not working for the people who voted for you. And that is our platform. And our platform is that, no, we need to have the diaspora organization working for the diaspora, not working for the government of Jamaica. And in fact, the two priorities that this Global Jamaica Diaspora, by the way, this thing started back in January of 2020. And it's an outgrowth of the Diaspora Advisory Council. The other council, people were appointed and they used to advise the government. Then in 2020, they said, okay, the government, in consultation with some of our brothers and sisters, said, okay, we're going to form this Global Jamaica Diaspora Council across the globe. And two reasons. One, it is to help with national development of Jamaica, help the government. And two, it is to help the diaspora members wherever they live. And this is a word that they use, to prosper. Prosper. Wherever you live, they say they're going to help you to prosper. But that was what was said. But the plan was for the government to prosper, not for you, because how many of you can actually tell me that you prospered as a result of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council's intervention with the government? How many of you? Think, how many of you? And then every 2 years, they have this conference in Jamaica where they go down, and it's a networking thing. It's all about money. And most people in the diaspora cannot afford to attend and participate in these things because it's not for us. It's not for us. So my platform was, no, we need to go in and we need to change the terms of reference, get the government out of it, and then run it like a true diaspora organization. Register it as a charitable organization, do fundraising, and prioritize the people in the diaspora. Secondary, we can work with the government and we can help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. But there are people here in the diaspora suffering as well. And we said, no, let's help them. Let's help them. Of course, we're going to help our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, but we have to help people here first. We have to help them first. And that's a problem for the government. That's a big problem for them because you know why? It is going to impact their power, their influence, and money. Because right now they have global diaspora members. They're fundraising, which they're not supposed to do because they're not registered. They're not supposed to do that. And they have them lobbying, and they're not supposed to do that because they're not registered. So that's why they don't want somebody like me around. But here, look at what happened. I put the thing in. I nominated myself. Other people nominated me as well, but I did before they did. And so they vetted me. And the way it works is you're supposed to be vetted, saying that you don't have no criminal history, you don't have no bankruptcy, you don't have this, you don't have that. You're a good candidate. And then they say, okay, no, let's put the person up on the website, and then we can start voting. This, you're looking on the screen, that's how it looked when the voting started. And the voting started, and then all of a sudden, we heard we're going to stop because people were voting early. Now, ask yourself the question, how can people vote early when you have the lever to push down to let people in so that people can come in and vote? You control it, the voting process, not the diaspora, not the voters. You control it. And somehow people manage to do what? Hack into the system and vote? Is that the understanding you're trying to give to us? Now, this voting thing and this global diaspora stuff, it goes all the way to the top of the ministry. We're talking about Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, who is the chair. If you go back and look, she's the chair. Then it comes to her junior minister. Then it comes to the consul general. Then it comes to the puppets, the election committee. They do whatever they're told, essentially. That's how this thing works. So I ended up there. They stopped it. People started voting. They stopped the voting. And a few weeks later, well, less than a few weeks later, they wrote to me and they said, oh, there's some procedural errors. People started voting late. Candidates weren't vetted. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. If they weren't vetted, then how come we have 4 candidates here running for the Northeast? How come we have them on your website? Your rule says they're supposed to be vetted before they get up there. So how did they get up there and how did people started voting? So they said to me, not only that, they said, we've changed the rules. We've changed the rules for eligibility now. And we add some new things. And they said, but you don't have to re-register to run because if you're registered already, you're good. And I came on this program, I think it was this program or Saturday program, and I put up the letter and I said to people, listen, this is what they sent me. I'm good. They're going to consider my candidacy. And it was last week, Wednesday, when I was encouraging all of you to register to vote, that some of you said, no, we want to vote for you, but you're not a candidate. And I didn't know. I didn't know. Because they hadn't written to me and tell me and explained to me that I wasn't a candidate. They didn't. As of last week, Wednesday, they did not. The letter went out the following day and it went to a different email. I just saw the letter yesterday because I've been writing to them. I wrote to them twice and said, where is the letter? And the letter just says that you're rejected under the terms of reference. Now, let me show you something. Here we go. All right, look at this. This is the terms of reference, you know, right? Now, look at this document. Let me scroll on. Look. 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 Okay. So now they said you are rejected based on the terms of reference. You see how big this document is? 22 pages, right? Which one of the sections am I rejected under? Which one? And what is so important about this is that you need, if they're going to reject you, they need to tell you, you know why? People make mistakes. And so you should have a process where if you feel aggrieved, like they made a mistake, then you can appeal. But guess what? They say this is a democracy, you know, democratic government, democratic arrangements they have. But guess what? There is no appeal. There is no appeal. And it says so in their manual. It says whatever the council decides, that's it. No appeal for you. Where have you ever heard this? That in an election, you can't object to the process. You can't appeal. So they said, that's it. But here's the thing: if you really want to figure out, well, what are the reasons for that they could reject you? The reasons are right here. Reasons are right here. Here it is. There it is. Every member must meet the following criteria. You must be a Jamaican or Jamaican descent. That's A. You must be at least 21 years old. Look at C. You must have no criminal convictions. And if you recall in the Gleaner, they said that what? What did they say? The candidate have a criminal conviction. Look at D. You must never been a judge or otherwise declared bankrupt. Let me put this right there. There it is. Bankrupt by any court or financial institution. That's what they said about the candidate. You must have no pending litigation proceeding against him or her. And which is nonsense, because here's why this is this thing is all this are like bread and answer stories. I tell you why. If it's no there's ice outside. If somebody should fall outside in front of my house, then they might want to sue me, right? But when me look at my camera, me say, but wait a minute, them not sue me. I'm talk to my neighbor produce film camera and show that the person actually slipped on my neighbor's property. But the person sue me already. This is saying that I have a pending litigation I can't run, which is foolishness. It's foolishness. But this is what this is it, right? This is it. These are the reasons why you would be rejected, right? But these people, look at this. They wrote to me and they said, "Oh, see this one here? This is a new one, the one that they put in since we put up the nomination." They wrote and they said, "Oh, we have this thing here." And if you look, you'll say, this is not the same thing as the one I just showed you. It's not the same thing. It is not the same thing. For example, let me go back and show you something why it's not the same thing. Very easy process. Here it is, right? It has what? A through G. Right? You see it right here? A through G. There's no H. Let me just put this over in case somebody. There it is. A. These are the criteria. A through G. All right. Look on the one of them send me. Go to K. You see, you got the K. Then put some other things inside there. We'll deal with that on Saturday. But they put all of these things up, right? And the thing that we're idiots. Now, yesterday they had let me show you something. The Gleaner said that it was 5-2 C and D, right? 5-2 C and D. Look at this. And here's why people couldn't find 5-2 C and D. Because what they have was 5.2, the number 5 point number 2. There's no 2, number 2 here. There's a Roman numeral 2 right here. But the number 2 that we used, that's not there. And here is C, again, criminal conviction. And here is D, bankruptcy. Now, is it this? Hold on, let me see if this is it. Okay. Look at this. Remember what the Gleaner said now? Remember what the Gleaner said? The Gleaner said what? 2 candidates rejected. 1 for late submission. OT, move that up for me, please. Move it to the top. Keep going, keep going. Okay, stop right there. See right here? Just to protect the person, we block out the name, right? Says rejected, late submission. That's not Rattigan right there. That is not Rattigan. And this is coming from them. Go up now, please, OT. Keep going. There's Rattigan. And see that? Rejected. Refer to the terms of reference section 5.2. Move that. There's the 5.2 they're talking about. They're talking about this. Hold on. Here's the 5. And this is the 2 they're talking about. And the Gleaner was very specific. It says 5.2, C and D. See that? So what they're saying, what the council and what the Gleaner by extension, because there are only 2 candidates and you can rule out one, is Rattigan left. So what it looks like now is that Rattigan looks now to the average person reading the summary, reading the Gleaner, knowing full well that Rattigan filed early, it will appear to them that Rattigan have criminal conviction and that Rattigan has been declared bankrupt. That's why I've been getting all of these calls from a lot of you. That's why I've been getting the calls from a lot of you saying, and you know, what funny, you know, Dr. Ben, is that some of the folks, you know, and I understand, it's kind of embarrassing for them to call me and ask me if I'm a convicted criminal or I'm a bankrupt. So some of them, what they do, they come and they say, hey, you know, I'm not worried, Rattiman. I hope people file bankruptcy. Now, bankruptcy don't mean nothing. I mean, no way. By the way, are you filed bankruptcy? So, and are you commit some crime? And I have to defend myself. That is just an untenable position. This is not right, people. This is not right. It's not right. So, no matter how they slice it, this is what people believe because people have been calling it. No, here is, this one here now is the election process for membership, right? And it lays out the whole thing. And I complied with everything that they asked me. And then here it is. They have a section here where they tell you, here it is again. Eligible candidates. To be eligible, again, Jamaican, 21, blah, 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 not been declared bankrupt, so on and so forth. Has no disciplinary proceedings. There you go. And they tell you how they finalize the slate. And then it goes to, in this case in New York, it would be the Consular General, Office of the Consulate. Right? And look at this. It says a candidate and his or her nominators shall be notified separately by the electoral committee of the candidate's ineligibility in writing, citing evidence. Citing what? Evidence of ineligibility. Now, when you write me and say, you're ineligible because of this. Let me go back to it. When they write me and said, you're ineligible based on this, terms of reference. That means nothing. Where's the evidence? There is no evidence to say you are ineligible because of a document. That's what they're saying. You're ineligible because of a document or terms in a document. That's not what this says. This says you must cite, here it is right here, you must cite evidence of ineligibility. I haven't received that. I have not received that. The letter they sent me didn't say that, but guess what? Put it up the OT. Oh, hold on there. Oh, you take it down. Okay. But this, the spreadsheet says something else. The summary says something else. It tells you, it says 5.2, and the Gleaner says 5.2 B and C. Right? So that is where we are. Now, election, the voting started today, and it's going to run through, I think, let me see it, I think it is. Here it is. The 28th of, here it is, election period. Starts at 28th of January today, and it ends on February 20th. Now, all of you who voted for me, all of you who registered to vote but didn't vote, but you're waiting to vote for me, Saturday we're going to give you some instructions. Today is what? Wednesday. In 3 days, we're going to give you some instructions. And for those of you in the voting or registered to vote in the South, we're going to give you some instructions as well. There is a candidate that we are going to support, and we want you to throw all your support behind this person. And we hope to introduce the person to the community this Saturday, so that it's ready. Okay. So that you can hear and you can understand what this candidate is about. You can understand what this candidate is about. Henry hit him. Oh, Henry hit him up. Henry hit him up. We're not gonna say anything right now. You know what I'm going, Henry hit him up. You know. So in the fullness of time, what we are doing now, we are explaining to people what actually happened, but we're not telling people what we're going to do. We're not telling people what we're going to do, but we're letting you know what's going on. And one of the reasons for this is that, so some of you don't have to call me and ask me if I'm a convicted criminal, or if I've ever filed for bankruptcy, because I know for some of you, it's on your mind, because you're saying, could it be? And frankly speaking, I don't blame you to think that way. I don't blame you, because these days you really can't trust people. You know what I mean? You can't really trust people until you know for sure. The one thing I can tell you is this. I won't tell you what I'm going to do, but one thing I can tell you tonight is this. I have never been arrested. And if you've never been arrested, I've never been convicted. Never been convicted. And I've never filed for bankruptcy. So all of you out there who are thinking that this thing is true, it is not. So you don't have to call me and ask me if it's true. You don't have to text me and say, give you a call, or, no, you don't have to. It's not true. It's not true. And I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for this. Waiting for this. Now big it up so everybody can see it. And I know they're watching, but you see in green where it says the candidate's ineligibility must be in writing, and you must cite evidence of ineligibility. You can't just say you're ineligible. You must say you're ineligible because you're a convicted criminal. That's what you must put down. You must say you're ineligible because you have been adjudged or you have declared bankruptcy. That would be the evidence. Actually, it wouldn't even be evidence. It would be an allegation, because then you'd have to show me that I actually did. But You have to show me something. You cannot just say, and I know they're watching, and they all should be ashamed of themselves. I know they're watching, but you can't write somebody and say you're ineligible because of provisions of the terms of reference. Which one are the provisions? But the reason why you do it is because you feel you can get away with it. You do it because you feel you can get away with it. Because if you felt that we can't get away with this one, you know, we wouldn't do it. We do it because we can't. And when I say, you know, I'm talking about the whole chain of command. Somebody told somebody to say, get rid of him and do it this way. Somebody did it. Somebody did it. But you know what? I sleep well at nights. Because no matter what you say about me, it not affect me because guess what? It not put food on my table. It not feed me picnic them. It not pay my mortgage. It not buy me gas. It not pay none of my bills them. So you can continue saying what you want to say because I'm not going anywhere. And remember this, people. Remember this. Between the time that you're born and the time that you leave this place called terra firma, Earth, make a mark. Make a mark. Between the time you come on Earth and the time you leave, make a mark. That's what I'm doing. I'm making a mark. And the mark I'm making is not for me. This mark I'm making is not for me. This mark I'm making is for all of you people out there. All of you people out there who feel that government should be held accountable and must do right by the people. That's the mark I'm making now. And no matter what them do, I will continue. With the grace of God, I will continue to do what I'm doing because I know it is righteous. So them can't tell me nothing. I just need you to continue to believe and support me. No man is an island. No man stands alone. So I just need all of you to continue to supply the energy because me I feed off on you, you know. And I can't lose off on you. Can't lose off on you. So I have wait the OT, you can start it up. We have a thing, we have a player. Wait the OT like this? Oh yeah, like this. All right. Listen to this, people. This was an interview done on All Angles yesterday concerning the article written by Patrick Beckford in the Jamaican Observer saying that the election is in turmoil. This election, this diaspora election is in turmoil. If we can't play it here, we're going to play it on the phone, but I think we can play it right here. Here we go. Remove other media streams. Okay, here we go. Here we go. OT, start it, please, because I don't hear anything. I don't hear it. All right. Hold on a second, folks. Bear with me. All right, we're going to play it from. All right. All right. OT, time is off. Time is at a premium. And we can't. It's not working. It's not playing. All right, let me move it. Hold on.
On Monday, saying that there is controversy over the elections for Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council, which is supposed to be held tomorrow, January 28th. Joining us to talk about some of the concerns they have, we have Patrick Beckford, former Jamaica Diaspora Advisory Board member for the U.S. Northeast. And with us as well, Dr. Rupert Francis. He's a member of the diaspora and says he formulated the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. We are also awaiting the Joining us as well, Dr. Binzi Roy Davidson. He is a candidate in the elections for the Midwest USA. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate you talking to us.
Not a problem. Good evening in warm Jamaica.
You know, I've been watching the weather report, and I can only wish that you all could get to come home soon. So
8 degrees and about six feet of snow surrounding my property.
Oh gosh, I'm shivering just listening to you. So
Patrick. Yes, sir.
Don't mislead the people. I'm in Los Angeles and we're 80 degrees, please.
Oh, I'm in New Jersey, sir.
Right. You're in the East Coast. I'm in the West. That's the whole misconception that all of America is frozen. We're not.
I don't think. I think no, sir. I think we do understand that you have different states with different climates. I don't think we're as backward as all of that.
There you go. I'm in sunny California for 40 years.
Well,
no snow.
Okay. Mr. Beckford, let me start with you if I could, because I know you have some concerns. You've actually called for a boycott of the elections. Can you tell us why?
What? Yeah, my reason is that, for one, since the election was announced, there were 3 different eligibility criteria that came, 3 different ones. The last one I'm reading that was sent to a candidate was in December. So between October and December, and it changes. So for me, aside from the trouble with the criteria that shift, Melissa went over the beach and just shifted, and it is changed today because they don't like this or whatever. And some of the things are troubling on it for me because it looks like you're targeting certain candidates. And for background, I have a problem with the way the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is functioning. For example, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, I was very, very involved in the formation. That was a part of the suggestion that I made, because it's the real reason why I suggested that, and I think it is important that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council have its own autonomy. No government minister. They can sit on the council as ex officio members. That was one of the things I believe, because I think with autonomy we can run the Global Diaspora Council, select who we wants to be the president or whatever officers. So this in itself, conceptually, is against most of the diaspora councils that they have internationally. I just state that I'm informed that I was able in 2012 see on diaspora at a hearing, and that was one of the research I came up with. Said our diaspora council should maybe mirror Nigeria or the way India set up their diaspora council. And I look at the criteria and it becomes political. One thing that jumps at me, they said if a candidate does not individual whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent. So you don't know a person's mind. So we're looking at mind readers now. We're going to know if I say left, what is my inconsistency if I say right tomorrow, because as human beings, we have a time to change our opinion based on what information we receive. So these little things
Yeah. All right. Hold on a moment, because you mentioned two issues there I want to follow up on. And Dr. Francis, let me bring you in, because that issue of independence, I understand you also agree with that.
Mr. Rattigan, if you want to stop and talk, you can let me know, Mr. Rattigan?
Yeah.
You want to stop and talk about anything?
No, let it go. Let it go. I'll talk at the end.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I think all of us could agree on this situation that the global diaspora, whatever you want to call it, is very important to people who have lived in a country and now live in other countries. And they've always been very important for the host countries where they were belonging from and they originated from. I would love to see that continue because they help out a lot of people in these countries that they're coming from, like Jamaica, for example, but Nigeria, India and all those countries, they have formulated great diasporas, and based on what we have done and so on. And I think it's a very important thing to have, right? But what I don't want to see is that the government itself of the host country is running the diaspora. That is my concern.
Is it that you're saying that's what? Is it that you're saying that's what's happening now?
Well, I've been with the diaspora for quite some time, including Dr. Davidson, etc. And we're not. We would like to see the what should I say? That gelling of the two entities, but we do not want to see the government running, because really and truly we should be autonomous so that we can assist our government better, and that's what most of the other the diasporas are doing.
I know. So I was asking. You're saying that's not currently the situation.
That's not currently the situation.
All right. Do you agree that there should be a boycott of the election? Is that something you would want to see?
No, I've never talked about a boycott of the elections at all.
Okay.
I'm talking about working together for the common cause. And Binzi Davis has been around with me, and around for a long time. We've all been around, and we have never said we want to boycott per se. What we want is understanding and empathy between both groups and working towards it for the basic people who can't help themselves.
Yeah, well, Mr. Beckford did say that. That's why I was asking if you supported that call or not.
And I stand by.
Okay. All right. Dr. Roy Davidson, let me bring you in here. First of all, the issue of an autonomous and independent diaspora council, is that a call you support?
No.
Why not?
I am Dr. Binzi Roy Davidson, by the way, and I want to give a context here. The whole idea of the movement was the idea of the National Association of Jamaican and Supportive Organization, NAJASO. I'm a member of NAJASO, not as an individual. My organization, we are the umbrella group for all the Jamaican organizations in the United States of America, right? Now we are celebrating 49 years in business. 25 years ago, we were so effective as a diaspora organization that we went and helped to form the Canadian Association. We then went to Europe and formed the UK organization. And then we presented that to Parliament under PJ Patterson. And then he appointed Delano Franklin in the Minister of State, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to focus on diaspora affairs. So coming out of that, NAJASO made a recommendation to the government of Jamaica that we need a movement. And the movement began. And up to this point, it's 22 years. And we mimic the movement of the concept of the Israeli movement. This movement have been evolving for 22 years. Okay. There's no way we're gonna call for no boycott. What is happening now?
Can you hold on a moment for me? Do you the issue of the autonomy and independence? So where do you stand on that?
We have a level of independence in that it's 30. There's a 30-member board.
But who makes the decisions, Roy?
We make I've been following the movement for 22 years, basically.
No.
There's a board. There's a board. The board
Hold on, please, gentlemen. Go ahead.
The board have the power.
What board?
To make the Diaspora board is 30 of them.
Right.
So you're saying that they're not doing their job?
No,
they don't have anything.
Don't put words in my mouth. What I'm saying to you is that I helped to write myself on. I was there, and it was not the diaspora who wrote it. Really, we came around and we decided. But the point about it is that we're saying to you, Israel doesn't run it from Israel, and all the other nations you have mentioned. They
that's different.
Hold on, please. Let him finish.
They do not run the diaspora. You know that.
That's different. That is a different system because they have their group in Washington, D.C.
What?
Sorry, hold
They
on.
have their
I'm so
groups.
sorry. Hold on, please. Let me just try and establish some stuff. Who funds the Diaspora Council? Is it funded by government of Jamaica?
No.
You have independent funding?
The members, we are, okay. I have never been a council member, but I'm speaking on behalf of the council member. These two young men that you're speaking with, they were council members, and they can tell you who funded because we are all 100% volunteers.
Okay, then hold on for me. Dr. Francis, who funds it?
The Jamaican government funds basically controls it and operates the funding, and we are also we also from the diaspora. Money comes from the diaspora into the kitty. So basically, it's the Jamaican government.
Okay. Does the government though influence decision making in any way?
Well, it is quite clear that once that is done, and all I'm asking for, and Roy knows this, that all I'm saying to you is that I love the diaspora. I think it's a great idea, and it's good for the country, it's good for the diaspora. But we should have some degree of autonomy like the other countries of the world. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Hold on, please. I'm just trying to understand the discussion. So, okay, it's funded by the Jamaican government. Does the government influence decision making of the council? Doctor,
sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Beckford.
Yeah, let me say this. The diaspora contributes more than tourism to the GDP.
That has nothing to do with this, sir.
Let me finish, Roy.
Gentlemen, please hold on. I'm just trying to establish a couple of parameters so we understand the discussion. So the government funds the Diaspora Council. I'm just asking, do they influence decision making? A simple question.
Exactly. And if you look at the terms of reference, if you disagree with the minister, there's one that says, candidates shall be willing to collaborate with the ministry. Collaboration is different, but it doesn't mean that you have to agree. They make no decision. They're sitting there as rubber stamp. If they rubber stamp, that's everything. They make no decision on their own. The minister makes it. And that's why I'm saying I did a study of the diaspora movements for my presentation internationally. Go answered. And that I'm saying is that you can't have none of the diaspora members, when they have a conference, they have to fund everything, pay everything. I've called for an audit.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Hold on for just a moment, please. I just have to take a break, do a little bit of business. We'll come back. We're talking about the Diaspora Council, some concerns being raised about how it operates. We're talking with Dr. Rupert Francis, Dr. Binzi Roy Davidson, and Mr. Patrick Beckford, who will soon come. Thank you so much for staying with us. Just wrapping up a discussion about the Diaspora Council and how it operates. We've been hearing the perspectives of Dr. Rupert Francis, who is a member of the Diaspora, who formulated the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Patrick Beckford, a former advisory board member for the U.S. Northeast and a candidate in the elections tomorrow, Dr. Binzi Roy Davidson for the Midwest USA. So bearing in mind everything you gentlemen have been saying, Mr. Beckford, let me ask you first, what do you think needs to happen now?
I think wholeheartedly that this thing must be reconstructed. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, as it is conceptually, is good, but the operational aspects of it must be modernized. We're not in the 60s anymore where all of us, are running the mill. So we make decisions that goes under a name, not somebody, with questionable motives, so to speak.
For you, Dr. Francis, what should happen now?
I just say here that I want to make it abundantly clear that I believe in the Jamaica, the Diaspora initiative, and one between the government and the diaspora. Roy knows that. We know that. All of us know that. And we want that. All we are saying is that if you have an organization, it can't be for people living in one area, although they're countrymen. They both should participate equally and make decisions equally. That's all I'm saying. And is that a wrong thing to ask? I think it will be better when the persons can involve, because there are a lot of smart people too in the diaspora who can help, like Roy Davidson. I support him.
Okay, and final comment.
I support him on his campaign, and I support many other persons.
Final comment for you, Dr. Roy Davidson.
Yes, I'm looking at the terms of reference and operational modalities here, and the background and scope for the work that we have done for the past 22 years. And it clearly states, right, that in executing the mandate, the GJDC will work closely with the ministry with responsibility for diaspora affairs and Jamaicans overseas missions, as well as the various departments. But one thing that struck me here, he says, it is important to note that the council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. The work of the council is in an advisory and consultative nature, and the council may make recommendations for consideration by the government and its policy-making bodies to the ministry with the responsibility of diaspora affairs.
And who wrote that?
It's part of the, you guys need to read the terms of reference that was established by both of you.
Hold on, gentlemen. Dr. Roy Davidson, you're sharing that with us to say what now? So we heard that.
We need to move. We have an opportunity to make a difference. And I support the council 100%. That it's not a perfect system, but it is the best system that we have right now. And the most organized system out of Jamaica right now, as I speak with you. There's no organized body except this one at this time. And this took us 22 years to get to this level. Right. And we need to move forward. And yes, Patrick said to modernize it. We can, but we need to move forward to modernize it.
But this is like a petty
but
shop
we cannot satisfy everybody.
All right.
This is...
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying is that I hear I'm totally, because everywhere I go, people see me as a Jamaican, speak on behalf of Jamaica. But if you're a part of a group and somebody's telling you what to do, trust me, I speak to every member that has been in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council since its inception. And the frustration is, if they can't have no disagreement. That is written in the new thing too. You can't disagree with the government. So,
And we're talking about any government?
Right. I tell you what, gentlemen, I have to wrap up this one. We are been really interesting listening to all of you. We're going to see what happens tomorrow. And we'd love to perhaps have another conversation on the way forward. I can see there are lots of thoughts and proposals. Can I thank you all so much? We really appreciate your time.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate it. Dr. Rupert Francis talking with us, along with Dr. Binzi Roy Davids.
Folks, there you have it. You had 3 people discussing the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the election, the purpose of the council, mandate of the council, the interaction of the council with the government, etc. I am glad I wasn't part of that conversation because it was painful to listen to. What we heard, and let me just make it abundantly clear, I disagree with all three speakers, all three of them, for different reasons. I disagree with all of them for different reasons. Let me start with Mr. Patrick Beckford. I agree with him that it must be autonomous and it must be independent, free from government influence, membership, direction. My only disagreement with Patrick, and it's a respectful disagreement, is that I don't think we should boycott the election. And when I said don't boycott it totally. You may boycott a certain region. Like, for example, those of you who said, hey, Rattigan is not running. Rattigan is our guy because he's going to go there. He's going to fight for us. Him no owe them nothing. Him not beg them nothing. Him no want nothing from them except for them to do right by the people. And so he's going there to have a conversation about the diaspora, running the diaspora organization. The reason why I say I have a partial disagreement with Patrick about voting is because we have a candidate in the South that we believe is going to go there and make a difference. So we can't boycott that candidate. You want to boycott the Northeast because, you know, the person you believe would be steadfast in promoting your issues is not running, and you don't know the other people, you don't want to vote for them, then that's fine. That's fine. But where we have candidates that we can say we believe this candidate is gonna, this candidate ideas, they mirror ours, and so we want to support this candidate, then that's fine. That's the only thing I disagree with Patrick on, and that is a total boycott. I believe in a partial boycott. But other than that, Patrick is right on the money. It must be independent. It must be autonomous. Now, I put this up because I wanted to show you some of the nonsense you heard. You're the gentleman. First of all, that gentleman said that, he said, this is an opportunity to make a difference. And this is the most organized system out of Jamaica. You notice he didn't say out of the diaspora. You notice he didn't say out of the diaspora. And so I'm telling people out in the West, you can't vote for this man because you heard what he said. He said that when they asked him if he believed that whether it should be independent and whether it should be independent and autonomous, he said no. He's fine with things the way they are. So if you live out west, you cannot vote for this person because this person is voting for status quo. He's voting, and I'm going to show you what he's voting for. I'm going to show you what he stands for. Because remember what he said? He supports this. He said he does not support it being independent and autonomous. Now, he read this, and I tell you how some people are so stupid. He hasn't read this thing in full. He has not. And I'll show you why. Remember, you read this statement. He said, it's important to note that the GJDC is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. The work of the GJDC is also advisory in nature, blah, blah. And she asked him, what, you read that to say what? She asked him, you read that to say what? And he couldn't provide an answer. Couldn't provide an answer. What he wanted to say, and let me think for him, because this man is not a thinker. What he wanted to say was that it is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. Therefore, there is a certain amount of independence that it has. So the idea that the government is involved in it is not true. That's the argument he wanted to make. You see how quickly you see how me make the argument for him? And he couldn't make the argument. That's all he wanted to say. It is not an arm of the government. The government is not involved. And therefore, when you talk about independence and autonomy, then it's not necessary. The problem, though, is that he said when they asked him the question about independence and autonomy, he said he doesn't believe that it should be independent and autonomous. So him kill him oneself with him argument. When him read this, him kill himself. But let me show you something independent and this foolishness we might tell you. Let me show you something. We've gone through this people many, many times, but we have to continue going through this. Let me show you something. What page is this on? Page 4. Hold on, 6. Hold on, let me small this up. All right. That's 6. That's the one that he mentioned. Now, make we go to page 6. Let me show you some of these people. Look at this. See this? Remember it says it's not an arm of the government. There's something else it said. Wait a minute. There's something else I remember it said that if you speak on your own behalf. Here it is right here. Consequently, the views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. Yet, they're asking you to work on behalf of the government of Jamaica. But they're saying, whatever you say, your views, you're not speaking on behalf. You know why? Because of litigation. They're afraid. They don't want to be tied to your words. You say something and then now people tie your words to them. So they're like, nope. So they put this in writing. But you see, here's the thing about it now, people. You see, there's a simple contract drafting rule. It says if you draft the document and there are inconsistencies in the document, then guess what? Somebody raise an issue, it is going to be decided against you because you draft the document. You draft it. Now remember what he said, not an arm of the government of Jamaica. If you speak for yourself, blah, 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 blah. Look at this. Look at that. Right there. Do I need to make it clear for people? Look at it says governance structure of the council. It says the council will be led and supported by 4 individuals, and the 4 individuals, they name 3 of them are Jamaican government officials. So how can you tell me it's not an arm of the government? How can you tell me it's not an arm of the government? The person who made that statement is a jackass. He must go read this and understand. Not only that, let me show you something down here. Look at this. This is a structure, right? This is a structure. Look at this. Look who sits as the chair of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. CETA. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade with responsibility for diaspora affairs. Right? You know what that is? That is Minister Terry Long. Right? There's another document. Let me see if I find it here. Hold on then. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. I don't think it's this one. There's another document. But look at this. Let me show you something. 28 members. Look here. The chair, government official. Undersecretary, government official. Secretariat, government official. These 4 people, this vice chair is a council member, and guess how the council member they get the job? Appointed by government. So the whole thing I run right as so, government. And you're tell me, say, oh, it's not an arm of the government. If you go and you look at what they're supposed to do, Remember what I told you that they said that they're supposed to do? One of them is that they say that you're supposed to work on national development for the government for Jamaica, and the other one they're supposed to help you in the diaspora. The question was asked, does the government fund this thing? I'll show you the answer. Here's the answer right here. There's the answer right there. There's the answer right there. The members serve on a voluntary basis and are therefore not compensated. You know, the only time the government get involved with funding, when them put on the conference in Jamaica, the government, them take care of that. But guess what? The diaspora members have to pay them way for go down there. They have to pay them airfare, they have to pay them hotel. And Gerald Brown, good point. The reason why they can't, and we've verified this, the reason why they have to call it a movement. Look, you see all of this stuff here? This is a setup for an organization. Look, this look like no movement too, no? Look on this. This look like no movement to you? This is an organization. By the way, people, when they started in 2020, they had what? I think they had 24 members. And of the 24 members, the government of Jamaica appointed 18 out of the 24. 18 out of the 24, and them call it a diaspora organization. 18 out of 24 the government appointed in 2020. This look like a movement to you? Look on that. That look like a movement? This is an organization. But here why them can't call it an organization. Because if it's an organization, then them have to go file now. And how you go file it with them people up on the board, with government officials? Them over here about Geneva Convention and certain international rules and laws. Them can't go upon them. If them file it as a 501c3, all of them people are gone. The 3 government officials gone. They cannot file it as a 501c3. And diaspora members are hoping to understand that this is what we need. We need a 501c3 so that we can raise funds and we can lobby and we can do all kinds of things. You know, right now, in the policy, you know what them say? Them want the members, them lobby. Them want them lobby. A jail them are going on. A prison them are go for violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you lobby, you have to register. If you lobby American officials, you have to register.
So let me ask a question, Mr. Rattigan. You know what is going on here now? What can be done for the American government to come in and say, look here, what you're doing is illegal?
Make a call, Jeffrey. You see this one here, termination of GJDC membership. You think it would be the diaspora who can terminate the diasporans, right? No, seat right so at the chair. Seat right so may terminate at the chair. At the chair. Look, if you want to resign, you have to submit it to the chair. Look at this, conflicts of interest. You must tell the chair. And who is the chair? See chair, ya people. See chair, ya. Seat right so chair. Tita. See chair there. And you going to tell me now, so that is a diaspora organization? The gentleman come on and start about not just so and this and that.
Bullshit.
Them can't get me. Them people can't talk to me, you know. Them people can't talk to me. Because when you talk about not just so and this and that, what you must understand is that the Diaspora Advisory Council was folded into this in January 2020. Was folded into this. And it's folded into this, and look who are run it. Look who are run it. So when you talk about that, I said, no. There are lessons to be learned from history now. But in gone to ancient history, we don't really have no bearing upon this. So I don't know what point him I make, because the government sat down with some of our brothers and sisters who, for lack of a better term, sold us out. Because they sat down and they came up with this document. And I'm saying, how could you come up with a document like this that basically negatively affected the people in the diaspora? And now when you have somebody like Rattigan who says, wait a minute, no, this is not right. We can't operate like this. When Rattigan says this, what them say? Rattigan is a convicted criminal. And Rattigan is bankrupt. And they want them tarnish my name. But they will never break my spirit. They'll never break my spirit. And in the fullness of time, it will come out. It will come out. You know, him say we have independence, we have 32 members who vote. Then him go and say we have 30 members. I'm not quite sure how many people. And the question was, does government, since they were saying, well, government funds it. So they said, okay, ask a question. Does government influence decisions? What them should have says, government make the decision. And go straight to this. This is what them should have done. If me did it, and this would have go to our right this and say, if government influence, government make the decision, see right, so it will be led and supported by them. See there. Then one of the gentlemen said that both diaspora and government should participate equally and make decisions equally. That's another piece of nonsense. That's another piece of nonsense, because the same gentleman was talking about diaspora, Nigerian diaspora, Indian diaspora, and other diaspora, and that's not how them work. The diaspora should be the diaspora organization should be a standalone diaspora organization, run, influenced, directed by the diaspora, with the primary goal of assisting diaspora members. We have people right now, not a cold weather here, we have suffer, who in a shelter. We have people who don't have heat, people who don't have food. And where we as an organization, where we are do as a body, what we are do. Make them tell me how many people they have helped to prosper overseas. Make them tell you that. Because at the end of the day, what this is, people, it's a country club, and we want to go in there and change it. And then when some people say, well, why don't you go farm your own? You say, but wait a minute, weren't we instrumental in farming this? So why we for go run we left this? The reason why them don't want to give this up, you know, Dr. Ben and Jeffrey and others, the reason why they don't want to give this up is because of influence, power, and money. Because if we run this, them can't come as them feel like and collect money and run right. No.
And no accountability.
No, because at that time we will be speaking to them as equals. Right now, they speak to us as subordinates. Them talk down to us. Them tell you, it's written in this thing, you know, them tell you where you want to work on. They tell you what you're going to work on. They tell you what you're going to work on. No, people, seriously no. You really could have seen me sit down at a meeting and them tell me, because I'm going to tell you something now. Me know them documents better than them. Me know the policy better than them. We know the terms of reference, the 2 terms of reference. We know it better than them. So you think me could have sit down there and them come talk to me? No, me I talk to them. And guess what happened? Why they're so afraid? I would be representing the area with the greatest concentration of Jamaicans outside of Jamaica, the Northeast. So when me sit down with them and me said to them, say, would that this like how Warmington going on and tell the people them say, I get the greatest, I have more votes. I get 10,000 votes more than anybody else. When you can't talk to me, similar statement would I make. Would I say, listen, me represent what 1 million plus people. Uno can't talk to me because me have a report to them people, my constituency members. I have to report to them. So anything you want to tell me, uno not gonna get an answer out of me. Me have to go to my people and say, listen, this is what they want to do. Here is my opinion. Tell me what you think. Them can't, no. And I've made it clear that I see where the minister, where the junior minister, him communicate with our representative Michelle Tolonila and tell her say he was coming in February and she must have a conference. People only really think him could have talked to me that way there. Only really think him could have talked to me that way there. Him no know Rattigan, man. Him couldn't talk to me that way there. Because me I go tell him, say, here what now? You're not welcome. Don't come because me I say them time that me up on the ground I work with my people to figure out how me can help them. How me can help them. And people make me telling you something. We're not telling you tonight. But we have a plan, you know, because you know around here, we not just show our belly, so you know. And also we do things around here. We have a plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. In the fullness of time, we will inform you. Not tonight. Not tonight. But we have to tell you because we are one family. And we don't see ourselves different than them people, you know. We don't see it, you know. What we're seeing is their refusal to work with us because they want to deal with things on a personal level. It's not about people for them. It's about person. We are dealing with people. I just heard a story about a man, you know. Dr. Ben, we are walking in the snow, a Jamaican man, you know. Homeless, and apparently he have some mental issues. And his family not really care. I hear some things to them, I want to send him home. And send him home to Jamaica for what? What more do at Jamaica? He never get the kind of help he need. Them are the things we should have focused on. Those are the things we should be focusing on. But we're not. We're not. See what me I know. See the 4 candidates them I know. See the 4 candidates them yeah. Originally posted for the Northeast. I don't know if I would have won. But the one thing I know was that I stood a good chance. I can't sit here and tell you if they had allowed me that I would have won, but I would have given these 3 ladies a run for the money. This lady here, Hope, she came on and she said, when Kevin asked her, she said she would be working for the government of Jamaica as the diaspora representative, you know. As the diaspora representative for the Northeast, she would be working for the government of Jamaica. Those words were actually uttered by her. Those words came out of her mouth. This one, Michelle Tolonil, we know that she is useless. Useless. She's been there 3 years. And if you call her now and ask her about terms of reference, policy, all this, she have no clue. This lady, Tamar Newman, I don't know her, and therefore I'll reserve my comments. But that's the lineup. But here's a new lineup. Here's a new lineup. It's a new lineup here, you know. It's See the new lineup, yeah. See the gentleman who just talk, you know. This gentleman here who just talk. And it make it abundantly clear now, people, that just because you have a title in front of your name, it no mean say you're smart or you're a thinker. It no mean that because when you hear the words come out of your mouth. When you hear it come out of your mouth. You hear him say? Him say this is the best thing come out of Jamaica right now. The best thing come out of Jamaica. And that he doesn't believe that it should be independent and autonomous. And him a quote from the document. And when I quote from the document, it actually I say what the government is saying in that paragraph is that they will create a demarcation line between what you're doing as a member and their existence. They're like, hey, if you speak on your own and you're not an arm of the government. So that's saying that you're that organization is independent. But then a few paragraphs down it says, no, but we running things. Dr. Binze, sit on one side, man. You're not ready for this. Make us see what's here. This is what I saw last week and realized that we're not running, we're not united now, right? Keep going. These are the candidates. Yes, Saturday we are going to present our candidate. We'll present our candidate. Don't worry. Saturday. See the lady, yeah. This is the lady who says that she would be working for the Jamaican government as the Northeast representative. It came out of her mouth. Hold on there. Hold on, let me see something. Yeah. Oh, hold on, the people. She better pray so me not find it. Let me see it. I can't find it, OT. The one regarding this lady. We did the give me a second, folks. Mr. Tolo Neil, but we not see the other one. Dynamite Dixon. Give me I might have to skip it. I don't. Oh, see ya. All right. More showing us some lie. Hold on there. More showing us some lie. Watch this.
Are you familiar with the Jamaican government's involvement in the diaspora and the Diaspora Council?
I know that that's a part of. I know that's a part of the diaspora. I know the government has to be involved because you have to give a report to the government.
Yeah, that I forget a report to the government. How about giving a report to the diaspora? And them you represent, lady.
Government as to what you do. Yes, I do. I know that much, yes. But in terms of like how deeply involved, I'm not sure.
So for you personally, you're okay with working for the Jamaican government in this capacity?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Jamaican government is instrumental in just about anything that has to do with even in terms of the Prime Minister coming here.
Well, I don't see me uneasy. I don't see me just keep moving. I hear the nonsense and it's a bad. I'm going to go back and show. No, don't pay attention to lady. Watch me. Just watch me. I twist and turn. I say, is that? I say, Kevin, give me a chance. Give me a chance. Watch out.
Instrumental in just about anything that has to do with even in terms of the Prime Minister coming here. You know, if you're not involved in the what the government is doing, then what's the point? You know, not every position. It's not a non-profit. Not a non-profit organization. It's an organization that's based off the Jamaican government their involvement in the diaspora here and there. So therefore, I have no problem with that. I don't think I have to be a political person in terms of saying, well, I'm a PNP or a GLP or I don't believe in this and that. Like you're representing, you're representing a significant and influential set of people, and their laws and their rules that the government has. So you have to work. You have to
Hold on
work
there,
with the
Ratty.
government. Yes, I don't think I have to be a politician, to work with the government.
Well, not work with the government, but work for the government.
Yeah, work for the government. Yes.
You hear that? You hear that? Work for the government, yes. See there. Go ahead, Mr.
My head they hurt me. No, tell me something though, Mr. Rattigan. Did this woman read the terms of reference? Did this woman understand what she's getting herself involved with?
When Kevin first asked her, she said, "What do you mean?" When he said, "Are you familiar with the terms of reference?" She never read it. And I was being very generous with her because I could have really taken her to task. But what I did, I explained a whole bunch of things to her and then just ask her some simple questions, because I could have asked her questions straight out of this and she wouldn't be able to answer. And it would have been clear to people that here's what I did to her. Remember when I said to her, listening to your talk is like, I said, at one point I applied for a job. I didn't do any homework on the job, any homework about the company or anything like that. And I went and I did poorly on the interview. And you know why? Because I didn't prepare. So how can you come down and say you want to represent the diaspora and the Bible for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the thing, you don't even know inside that. You don't know inside that. But you're not the only one, She's not the only one. So we have the other one, I wish I had it. Hold on there. So we have the other one,
A series of questions here, Michelle.
Oh dear, here we go now.
I don't know if you're looking at the chat, but I have some questions of my own, and then some of them I see them in the chat room, and then I see additional ones. The first thing is that I had made some statements when I first invited you, and you didn't come, and you mentioned about onboarding and all that, and some people were kind of concerned. And I was too, that, wait a minute, hold on, this onboarding and transition thing, what does that mean? And so some people are asking about that. You don't have to answer that because that may take us, too much time to really unravel and get to the bottom of that. And I suspect that is one of those like uncomfortable questions. But I just want you to know that people are asking about it. Basically saying, why didn't she come? And is it true that the government, that she spoke with government officials here and she was instructed to delay or not to come on the program? But here's a question.
Can I answer that question?
Sure.
Actually, it's because of how good you are why people told me not to. The question. So I've never heard of you. It's like, let me tell you how it happened. So when you called me that Sunday and you said, I am so-and-so, da-da-da-da-da, I called somebody. I said, do you know who is Wilfred Rattigan? And they said to me, you just got in. You might want to make sure you have certain things under your belt regarding understanding and how this works. Because he's an intelligent man and he's going to come at you with good questions. So give yourself some time to get to know the lay of the land and then talk to him. That's what it was.
Well, she never take enough time because she never know the lay of the land. So we didn't want to waste time with that. Somebody asked, how can a diaspora work without the government's backing, without a nation, no country recognize you? Am I wrong? Boom Clash, yes, you're wrong. Take a look at a bunch of diaspora organizations. What they do is they have a bridge to the government. They'll work with the government, but the government, they don't need the government backing because the backing is coming from the people living in the diaspora. And so what they do is they help first the people living here, and then they talk to the government, for example, Melissa. So they would get in touch with the government and say, hey, listen, as an organization, we would like, And in fact, not even we would, because they would have dialogue with the government. But the government would understand that no, you can't run it, and that is what's going on with the Jamaican diaspora. I did a little research, and you know the diaspora organizations that are run by government, the dictatorship, like the Iranian, like the North Korean, like the Chinese, those governments, they run the diaspora organization. They're not democracies. They're not. The democratic countries, they say, listen, we understand the nature of it, so we have a hands-off approach. We'll work with you, but you guys, you run your own thing. We run our own thing, and there's a bridge between us, so we can correspond and we can collaborate.
Let me ask this question, Mr. Rattigan. When Delano Franklin, when PJ Patterson asked Delano Franklin to help to organize this diaspora thing here, you know who you must get on the program, Mr. Rattigan? Get Ambassador Luma Samba. She has some insight.
We were talking. I had her on the program already, but it's a different subject matter. But yes, I'll certainly look into it.
Because you know, we need to ask questions. Was the People's National Party so involved in this diaspora when they were in power?
No, it was run out of UA, and the whole purpose of it, because they even had a program called Mapping the Diaspora. Under the PNP, what they were doing, and I know this because I was approached under the Mapping the Diaspora program to come back to Jamaica, because what the purpose of that program was to collate different members of the diaspora, people you believe would be a benefit going back home. And under the Mapping the Diaspora and the UWI program, it was to help people come back and help. So it would be like if you're an agronomist, if you're an economist, or what, the purpose would be see how they can fit you into the Jamaican scheme of things, how they can bring you back so that you can help. That was the purpose. But then that program was abandoned, and that program was up until the Mapping the Diaspora program was up until 2016. And it just died a natural death. And now what you hear is send us the money, but you don't have to come. And we heard that quite loud and clear from the Minister of National Security when he went on the program, connect connect whatever connect something that former Ambassador Marks had. Mm-hmm. And he went on and he essentially said, no, we don't need you guys to come here and tell us what to do. Just send us your money. All right, here's what we are going to do, Jeffrey. I almost 11 now, you know. And I'm sure people have some calls for Dr. Ben. They have some calls for you as well. Maybe some calls for me. Folks, the OT, please put up the phone number. All right, there it is, folks. Oh, gone. Oh, there it is. 667-369-8569. 667-369-8569. The phone line is open. Call. You have Dr. Ben here. You have Jeffrey Tavares here. And you have yours truly here. You can ask us any question about anything. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from? Oh. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Florida.
Florida. Okay.
Brother Ratty.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Dr. Ben. Good night, Jeffrey.
Good night.
All right, this is Kenneth from Florida. I messaged Dr. Ben about the cleansing of the kidney, and he didn't respond, but I didn't hear the answer. And plus, I want to ask the question about the voting for the Southeast. Once you had mentioned Jeffrey gonna be a candidate.
Yeah.
This look like a based on the conversation they were having with Diane Jackson. This could be like a party shop. This could be like a Jamaica Parliament where the people that run in this situation is the finance minister and the transportation minister we have there. That's what it sounds like. The man from out west and we can't participate in this. How Jeffrey gonna change this structure? These are people. Is that Daniel? He's not Daniel. This is not Jeffrey. I don't know if you're gonna have Jesus with you. Gonna have. I don't know, man. This looks like a sham.
All right, tell you what, it is a sham. We could talk to. We could have Dr. Ben answer your question. You want to go ahead and ask the question again, please?
Yeah, I get it.
I don't know, man. Because and Ratty, I asked you a question already. You can't make people slander you, man. You got a man one time, you know, Mr. Minister, and I don't know what you do with him. You're supposed to. You mad the man will say you can't just the word of a politician. I don't know what happened to that. You make this one go straight again. People will continue to do this. If it was, you know what I mean? Come on, man.
You think so? You think we should have done something, right?
And I listened to you Saturday. I need action, brother Ratty.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Up on the screen.
I've always said to people, do not trust the words of politicians. Do not trust the words of politicians.
And the man that you talk about. Hello, Kenneth.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Tune in Saturday. All right. Because here's what happens. Sometimes you can't just run out. Sometimes you have to just stay indoors and just take it easy. And you have to calm your nerves, regain your composure, and just plan your thing properly. You shouldn't be in a hurry for the things. You know, because sometimes when you're in a hurry for the things, you miss things. So you have to just take your time, man. You have to take your time.
To a point. But listen to me. You okay, let me lay it out clear. A lot of people is depending on you, Ratty. A lot of people is depending on you. And if you are the leader, and when people violate you and you don't take no action and do nothing, what about us who don't have the umps or stuff like that? Where do we go?
Yeah, man, but Kenneth, just bear with me. This just happened. Hold on, Kenneth, hold on.
I am going to. I have no choice. But I have no choice. But I trust you.
Okay.
I tell you this. I trust you.
All right. Talk to Dr. Ben now, because that thing is more important than this election thing right now, because of your personal health you talk about. And we want to make sure say their own to see the changes. So talk to Dr. Ben.
All right. Yes, that. Good night, Doc.
Good night.
Kidney cleansing, but you made mention about the liver thing and fatty liver thing. But I hear your clarification with the kidney.
Yeah, man, I did talk about the council. I talk about the corn here. So I was saying that's actually one of the best herbs for urinary tract infection. The corn here. So you would basically steep it. So you just get the hot water, pour it over the corn here, let it steep, cool, strain, and just drink it. That will clear up any urinary tract infection and bladder infection.
All right, Kenneth. You hear that, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. All right. Blessing and hey.
All right.
I've been watching. All right, man.
Stay tuned.
Dr. Ben and Jeffrey. Let me talk.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. I see where Boom Clash said, thanks for the question. Thanks for answering the question. The bridge is that not how the organization gains political recognition? Can it get recognition without the backing of the government? All right. Here's the thing now, Boom Clash. Right away, write this out. You see the flags them gone up because you say political recognition. No, we're not looking for political recognition. Because once you start doing that, you run into problems. And remember now, the diaspora organizations that are strong is the government, any government that from home country, them reach out to them. It's not the other way around where you reach out to them. Them reach out to you because they realize the power that you have in the diaspora. Good night. Welcome to Comrades, Ms. Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good night, Mr. Rattigan. Good night, Mr. Tavares. Dr. Ben, good night. How are you?
Good night. It's very cold, you know.
Dr. Ben, the question is for you. You know, me always ask the question for the mail, right?
Yes, man. Go ahead.
Start again. Okay, Dr. Ben, the question is, can you describe when the cancer gets out of the prostate, what it is like, what goes on, and so on. Talk about that for me, please. Okay? Thank you.
All right, so that will vary because, usually when the cancer is localized in the one area, like the prostate, it's called be like a stage 1. Once it starts to metastasize and to move from the original site, then you're moving on to stage 3 or stage 4. And usually, depending on where it goes, because it can go to the bone, usually it metastasizes to the bone. So a lot of men begin to talk about a pain in the back of their leg going down. Now, this is not saying that if you're feeling a pain in the back of your leg, I said that you have cancer. Please don't. But when you have prostate cancer, one of the first places it metastasizes to, because the prostate is in the pelvic region, is the bone. And you start to have bone pain. You may have bleeding. If it once it begins to get worse, and of course more pain, more inflammation. Those are just some of the more common signs.
All right, caller. Good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
Good evening, gentlemen. Ratty, good evening, my brother, Ratty.
Hey, Bridget, Wagwan. Long time I don't hear from you.
You're Bridget from South Florida.
Yeah, you go on vacation. I don't hear from you for a while, man.
Well, you kind of sit back and listen to you, man.
All right.
Ratty.
Yes, sir.
I listen. Let me tell you, man. As a Jamaican, I am baffled every day when it comes to representation and leadership out of our country. I listened to the Dean Jackson interview on your program just now. And I must say to you, Ratty, I'm going to choose my words very carefully because there's some choice words that I want to use. It's the most disoriented and ignorant conversation regarding leadership of any organization / movement that I've ever heard. I mean, we have people who are claiming that they're founders, people who are claiming that they're part of the organization, but don't even know the manifest or the basic fundamental issues and direction that the foundation or the organization or the movement or the political movement that they're trying to be in. To me, Roddy, all these people are seeking relevancy. No one, the ladies that you interviewed, they can't represent me as a person living in the diaspora for Jamaica. They can never in this and no circumstances be a representation of me as a Jamaican. Absolutely not. This is insane. What you have pointed out, Ratty, the corruption, the ignorance, all the stuff that you have pointed out this evening on your program regarding the diaspora organization / movement / political organization, it makes no sense. This needs to be scrapped. Mm-hmm. This is not a representation of Jamaicans. Mm-hmm. It is not a representation of me as a Jamaican. This entire thing needs to be scrapped. First of all, even the voting process makes no sense. Mm-hmm. Who bet these people? Who are they representing? Why are these people seeking to represent Jamaica in the diaspora? What are their moral values? Who gave them the moral authority? What is the goal of the organization? There's so many questions to be answered, and none of these people can answer the questions that need to be answered. Who are they representing? Why do they want to represent us as Jamaicans? What are their qualifications for us to even trust them to represent us as Jamaicans? It is asinine and it is ridiculous about this Jamaica diaspora, Ratty. And the last time we spoke, I told you, my brother, and I told you, and you've come right back to my question again. Why are you not forming a diaspora organization? Why is it not a non-profit organization? If we have a diaspora organization that is non-profit, that would enable us to be better funded here in the States.
Yeah.
And that would also eliminate those who want to dip their hand in the cookie jar, because it's a non-profit organization that is registered here in the US as a organization for the people of the diaspora to help Jamaica. Why can't we, Ratty, as a leader, a person with a legal background, the mental fortitude and the business acumen that you have, why can't you organize this to let us form a decent, proper, well thought out, morally based value organization to represent the diaspora for our country? Why can't you do it, Ratty? Why do we have to suffer with these bunch of vagabond clowns and buffoons? Why can't we, Ratty? And I asked you that question the last time.
I know.
Why can't we do that instead of beating our head against the wall with the corrupted government and these people? We know we have to work with we know we have to communicate with the government, and I don't want to use the word work, but we have to coordinate with the government with certain things. But the government does not need to have a hand in the diaspora organization, but we do need to communicate.
Right.
Why can't you, Ratty, my question again, form this organization? Please answer my question.
Yeah, here's what happened. I remember the conversation you and I had, I remember the conversation as if it happened yesterday. And you made some very good points, and you're making some good points tonight. But I still believe that because we were instrumental in forming this organization, that we shouldn't run away from it. I think that we should get rid of the government. And it's very easy, because they cannot file under, they cannot, a 501c3 organization will not accommodate them. And that is what we need, because they are violating US laws already. We know this. They're doing fundraising, and in their manual, I read it up to today, they said they want you to lobby where you live. And we know that in order to do that here in the US, and the same lady, the one with the afro, the yellow, I Hope, that's her name. I asked her a question when she was on. I said to her, what if the ambassador asked you, or one of them asked you to go talk to a local official about something having to do with Jamaicans, in essence, lobby? God. And she said yes, she would do it. She beat around the bush, and eventually she said yes, she would do it. And I said to her, you know what you just did? You just don't violate the law. You just violated the law. Because in order for you to go and lobby on behalf of the Jamaican government, they're telling you to go do this. I said you need to file with the Department of Justice under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. You just violated the law. So, but look, you and I, we're going to have a conversation one of these days, because there's some things I want to tell you that I can't tell you on the thing. Yeah.
I am very, very, very concerned with this diaspora organization, because it has so many issues and so many faults, and the people. My major concern is not only the body itself, but the people who are involved.
Right.
I can tell you for a fact. Looking and listening to all of these people, Roddy, they're just there for relevancy.
All right.
They're just there seeking self-gratification. Because if you ask each of these people, what is your motivation to serve on this committee?
Right.
On this organization?
Right.
What is your motivation? What prompted you to want to serve on this?
Right. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do, right? Because I enjoy having discussions with you. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do, right? Because you and I, we agree sometimes, and we agree to disagree sometimes, and it's fine. But here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I said, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You said that you asked me to say, why don't I establish a separate organization? Since you came up with the idea, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. Sketch out something for me. Just sketch out something for me, and we can talk about this later. And give me your idea of what this new organization should look like.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't need you're not going on in-depth or anything like that. Just sketch out something for me. Just give me an
Will
idea.
do.
Me I go run now. Come here for take a call.
All right, Roddy. And we talk.
All right, my
Definitely.
brethren. All right. Bless up. Big up. Miss P. Hello?
Hello, good night, Dr. Ben, good night, Jeffrey.
Good night, good night.
Good night, Miss P.
Yes, and welcome, and I hope you all take care of yourself, keep yourself and the family warm, so when I go to up there. It goes out to about one of the day more and complete up nice, you know, still. Back to basic now. All right, Dr. Ben, first thing, me tell you, me have a cold. I go to the doctor, then give me some pill. And by the 2 little pill and done, me still a cough. So what me do, me grate the red onion, the ginger, garlic, and me grate them with the turmeric. And me chew up, me squeeze lemon and lime in there and put honey in there. And me I tell you, say, it make me sleep like a baby. The cough gone.
Yes.
To you. Right? Yes. So, we feel better. Next thing now, Mr. Rattigan. Rattigan, you know that you come like, you don't know your expertise and your love what we have to feel. And your value. Let me tell you something. It pained me, just like how Eli Clark said, Mark Jefferson Golden breeding wife at 14 or 9-year-old. I saw it cut me when they got talk about your criminal record and you file bankrupt. The bankrupt part not even bother me because if you have a business, you know, go there and file bankrupt. That's not to do it. But they can call you criminal and I bet they take you out. Sir, you need, you know, you tell me what you're going to do, but me I tell you, you need to do something. And you see something where you're going to do, you're not going to do it because you're hungry or you don't have no money. You're going to do it if you feed way. So you need to set an example.
All right.
And hungry, you know. And hungry, make you do it. And naked, and shelterless. But you're going to set an example and the money you're going to win. Me and others, them don't send you a blow away. And what are we? I'm going to get it. Right?
All right.
Next thing. Me, don't live in Jamaica.
What on Miss P? Miss P. What on Miss P? You talk about Dr. Ben. You talk about me. Talk about Jeffrey now, man. Jeffrey there.
Well, no, man. Jeffrey, my baby, man. Miss him all year long. After a funeral, hear me, oh God, hear me look what? Mummy, look on Jeffrey. Hear me. No matter how you call me, one day we are going to go play. Because we are watching it, you know. I am going back. I am after going back now. Oh my God. Look at this. I'm strapped here in Maryland. Mummy Jeffrey saying trapped in that airport. He said, well, I'm inside, man. Inside, then we have eat and so. He must say, oh God. I said, no matter how call it be, when I did before me, did no, I go when I eat.
God
so
willing you will.
This diaspora business where GLP government buy out and dictate to. Come on now. You get a group of people and you farm your own diaspora. Because my little brains tell me, say, diaspora is not about, it's a non-money business. But it's a group of people come together to assist the unfortunate in Jamaica and even more in America. See the time cold now, extra cold? What about those people from Jamaica who up there a fall for hard time?
Mm-hmm.
All them ask them, if all them sleep, when they get something, because they don't live nowhere. I mean, but here them people talk about it. The only thing me hear, every year, every 2 years, 3 years, whatever, them have a business symposium out there.
Indeed.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, here one lady, I talk about Jeffrey Show, one lady come, I think about Jeffrey Show. Said she take up herself and left foreign come down there. I did something to get some update and stuff. All she has see, John Brown I tell you about house development, Mary Jean I tell you about that, Tara wanna tell you about this one, wanna tell you about the party, wanna tell you about the pudding, wanna tell you about peer business. Peer business. Right? And they were so upset. I read other article, I listen, I don't know, say me follow social media. I follow incredible one. I'm not on TikTok. So what me I say? Me ask them to disrespectful. So them find a way to take you off, manipulate you, tell lie, hurt your family, your dead mother were gone, your second mother, and all who affiliated with you and know you from your picnic till a third big man and taught them a derogatory thing about you are convict. A man who served 30 plus years under 30 years with the FBI as a supervisor, retired with honor and dignity, and you try to bring him down in a mud. The power, when I done with them, now tell me where I go to over here, you need to put a stop. Remember, you have children, you want blood pity them, I come behind you, and you have your beautiful wife. Well, if you not come here, them will come here. They say, well, I'm going to Jamaica, because remember you have sister and brother out here. So if your family, them said, feel like that Jamaica, you know, nobody know your wife, nobody know your pity them. So you can take them plane, come, go their auntie or their uncle and go spend time. And when they take up big paper, they see them put a face in there. And well, I need it. No, you have to set an example. And me tell Mark Golden a while, after all the political campaigning and showing little banter and kalang, one thing stood out with me. When me that set them straight, you said the man breed your wife at the age 9 or 14. Those things are disrespectful. Right? Just disrespectful, disrespectful. And now then come and put Rattigan about you are convict. No, Mr. Rattigan, man. If you were a convict, you couldn't serve 30 years in the FBI. Never. Never. You need to fix them. And you need to come out and feed them pasa, farm a new diaspora. Give it in name. And those of you, sorry, me can't vote. If I could have voted, no me have vote. Who there by your side, come by your side, and do nothing and show them all diaspora road. And I yield back other people want car.
All right. Thanks, Miss B. Much obliged.
Yeah.
All right. Take care now. All right. So we're going to close off now. Dr. Ben, Jeffrey, what do you have to say? Dr. Ben, what do you think about, let me ask you, because you're in Jamaica, and I know you're busy doing, hold on a second. Hello, good night. Welcome to Conversations,
Rattigan, me have to call back, because when you look back and remember, say, with SSL, with the people, a lot of people in the United States, the diaspora lost a lot of money in SSL. And that diaspora organization that they have now, the fake one, they should be representing those people who have lost money through Andrew Holness and SSL. And there's no representation for the people. But yet they want to come and take over the diaspora. Elbowing, it will not happen. It's not where I'm going to fight back, I'm going to push back. No, we don't want that diaspora. See, the people have no representation, right?
Right.
So it don't make no sense. I will thief the money. Andrew Holness in it. So more money, more for come thief, it will not happen. Thank you, sir.
All right, let's see. Let me just quickly say that Boom Clash again Boom Clash say if one needs help from the diaspora based on legal matters and they have no government backing, will any country recognize them as a legitimate power to challenge? Here's the thing with that. Boom Clash. When you have a proper diaspora organization, caller, good night. Welcome to Conversations with Rattigan. Hold on 1 second, please. When you have a proper organization, a proper diaspora organization would have it would have a section would deal with legal affairs, another one would deal with social services, another one deal with medical. That's how it's supposed to set up. So when people come to you and they need help, you have referrals, you have people who work within the diaspora that you can say, some of them you can say, look, for lawyers, for example, do some pro bono. Some people have some immigration problems, some landlord tenants, some this, some that. We could do some pro bono, right? Some people, we have people who go through the social services system. I know at least 2 or 3 people. Social security. I know people, Jamaicans who retire from there, and they are invaluable resources. So somebody who have a question, you can bring them to that person. Okay, this is a form you fill out. This is how you do it. This is how you don't do it. All of that stuff. We can set this thing up. So you don't have to deal with no government backing. You don't need no government backing. All you need is a strong diaspora supported by the members. And then you find you just start to take care of you. And you as you grow, you learn. As you grow, you learn. And believe me, government will want to come deal with it, because once you see that you're able to harness all the resources under an umbrella and you actually make things happen. You don't just say where you're going to do, but you make things happen. And people start the best advertisement, remember, is word of mouth. And when people start talking about this, it will reach them ears. They will rush come to you for collaborate, cooperate, do all of that stuff. But the way they have it right now, they speak to you as a subordinate. Them tell them, and I can show you, and I'll show you this Saturday. I'll show you how they manipulate the diaspora, how they tell you what to do, and you better do it. You better do it. Well, we have a candidate down in the south there. I mean, no say when we introduce a candidate, I know hear the candidate talk. I know say a serious business. They say no, it not happen. And to Miss P and all of you in the chat who give me the advice, believe me, I'm taking your advice seriously. I'm just not reading. I'm just not saying I'm taking advice seriously. But everything has to be done in the fullness of time. We just don't want a knee-jerk reaction where them say something, I will just do this. Trust me, whatever action is taken, when it's taken, it's going to be proper, it's going to be airtight, and you're going to be proud of me. Trust me, you're going to be proud of me. Just bear with me, walk with me. Dr. Ben, talk to us. What do you think about the conversation so far regarding this diaspora thing? And then and talk to us about the medical side. What are you seeing out when you go to West? Hello? Oh, sorry. I forgot. Yeah, caller, sorry. Please, my apologies. My apologies. Please,
okay.
Welcome. Go ahead.
And we have mountains that banking look like pyramids, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, caller. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan, Mr. Tavares, and Dr. Ben. Good night.
Good night.
Okay. All righty. Okay. 2 short things. First one is very short. Okay. The gentleman I think
hold on one second. Hold on one second. Hold on. Listen to me. I don't want it. We say we're pressed for time, but
I'm making it short.
No. Hold on. Listen to me. We say we're pressed for time, but because you always make some important point and you don't call too often, we're going to defer to you. So we're going to have you speak as long as you want to speak. So don't tell me say you have a little bit of time or whatever.
Okay,
You're rush up. Take your time. Go ahead.
You're breaking up. I'm not hearing.
Right. Take your time. Take your time and go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. I believe the person is on the platform tonight. I didn't appreciate something that this gentleman did last week. Okay. Mr. Rattigan ran his platform on his terms. Other like-minded bloggers do the same thing. Do not carry Mr. Rattigan's name to a different platform. I heard you. I didn't like it. Don't do that. For a man, be a man. Don't be half and half. Don't do that. Okay? Mr. Rattigan was not there to defend himself. I don't like that. And I didn't want to say anything because the show was over, but I wasn't finished listening until I decided to finish listening it. And what you said was not nice. Don't do that, please. Don't, you're backstabbing. Don't do that. Anyway, Mr. Rattigan, please explain the difference between the 2 kinds of bankruptcies to the numbskulls who want to play quote-unquote rough housing with your character Explain the chapter 7 to them when you get the chance and chapter 11.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it this Saturday because I'll do it this Saturday. I'll go over chapter 7 and chapter 11.
Great.
In fact, you know what? Go ahead.
People try to do stuff without understanding.
Right.
Right.
But you know what? I tell you what. If you look at the thing, if you look at the terms of reference, right? The ones for the exclusions, they put that you must not be the subject of some kind of legal process, which is nonsense. Bankruptcy, I just said, I think what you're indicating to me is that bankruptcy is something that a lot of people do for various reasons, and therefore it shouldn't even be one of the reasons for disqualification. But they said that it is a reason for disqualification. But to your point, I will point out the difference this Saturday between 7 and 11.
Yes.
Okay.
Even though, not even to the dumb skull alone, not even to them numbskull alone, but to people who really wants to understand it.
Okay.
Okay. If our boss, you know who our boss is, that boss.
Yeah.
If he can do it and he's still running the world, come on now. You see how simple-minded these people are? Okay, this is not Jamaica. So whoever perpetrate these dumb, dark, and stupid earbrains who have the gall to attack your constitutional right in the United States by spreading worthless lies on you, they are crossing boundaries, Mr. Rattigan, by assassinating your character, by using brute force to do so. You see, when brute force fails, they use, the people use the bureaucracy. And whatever I am listening to it from, and it doesn't make any sense to me. If they have to stoop so low to win a seat that's not even a proper seat, it's like they want to steal from the United States. You all better watch yourself. You are exposing their skullduggeries within the tainted government system, and they cannot handle the truth. So, and I don't believe this started here. I think the one in Jamaica who is, I believe, leading this stupid diaspora movement over here, I believe he was involved in telling them what to do. And it's my opinion. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. Don't come at Mr. Rattigan. It's my opinion. Mr. Rattigan, please file a grievance in our judicial court system. Defamation of character, pain and suffering, etc., etc. As soon as you can know that it's you they're really talking, because you're going to have to go at something, your name was not, printed in the paper. They didn't call your name, okay? But they're going to make a mistake one of these days. Don't worry, something coming, it's not nothing going. But look what happened a few days after. Look how they get taken down in Jamaica, buying houses in Florida. Look, all of them. They're going to go down one by one. You see? Now, thank you very much, election committee. Bad decision make good stories. Try to figure out what I'm saying. Bad decision make good stories. We're making good stories of your little butts right now. Okay? They can have whatever they are doing with their nincompoop election. All they need to learn is to pay taxes and Uncle Sam's money before it sneaks out of the United States. You want to play games with us? You try to take Mr. Rattigan down? You think Mr. Rattigan could be working with the government? They go through our lives, especially we're blacks and we're not from this country. They will dig us up one by one. Okay? When other people who's from here can get away with it, we can't. Stop taking down the man. That was wrong and so inconsiderate to do. Okay? They're talking about bankruptcy. Look at Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs purchased the Bay shopping area in Ottawa, in Ontario, Canada. Now they filed bankruptcy so as not to go under. So what if Mr. Rattigan filed bankruptcy 82% of our people in the United States, they filed bankruptcy to stay afloat. That's not committing a crime. So what are your problems? You people, I don't like you all. I'm telling you, and I'm not this kind of person to speak like this. I do not like you. Leave Mr. Rattigan. Let the man strive for peace, okay? And minimize scrutiny. He can do it. He will do it. Have some faith in the man. Stop putting him down. He looks quiet to you. You guys don't know Aries, man. Trust me. They hit hard. And Mr. Rattigan, you have a good night, sir.
All right, Miss East Coast. Take care of yourself.
All right, sir. Have
All
a
right.
wonderful
All
night,
right.
Mr.
Bye-bye.
Tavares and Dr. Bosch.
All right.
Good night.
Yes, Miss East Coast late out. East Coast late out. All right. So, Dr. Ben, talk to it.
Yeah, I was listening to the interview with Dean Jackson Miller, and the gentleman, I think his name is Benzie, Dr. Benzie, and this, he seemed very disingenuous in his response, because his response was not a response to the dealing with the question. His response sounded scripted. His response was from the document. So it wasn't, so when asked, as it relates to, leading the diaspora, his response was not, he was responding to what should be, not what actually is. So that's what he was responding to. And that's why at one point, I believe the doctor, I forgot his name, who actually was involved in writing a document, said, I mean, who are you telling that? Because I know what's on the document. So he because he was responding to what should be and not what actually is happening. And I believe that was a careful answer, because whereas he didn't want to sound dishonest, he was actually being very dishonest. So, as it relates to diaspora activities, I agree with you, as it says that it should include persons who are in the diaspora. It shouldn't be something that is set up that the government can just use it as a rubber stamp to get what they want. So I'm totally for that, and I believe that maybe that is the reason why they would not want you to be involved, because you would not come across as somebody who is easily controlled, easily, pretty much controlled, because they're looking for somebody who's a rubber stamp, somebody who can basically just approve whatever they have to say, and then that would not be a tool of raising money that could possibly go anywhere else except those who really need it.
Yeah.
So I believe that's what we need. As it relates to Westmoreland, I've been there, and I can say up until now, there has been, from what I'm seeing, there has been no help from the government. We see a lot of donor agencies in the communities, and even in Montego Bay, a lot of donor agencies and individuals are actually stepping up and helping. I've questioned the residents, and they said information has been taken. Government officials have gone through and they have, asked questions, but up until now, nothing has manifested. And I think that is way too long. There are persons still living with friends and strangers. I remember I saw one lady 2 weeks ago who said that she went into the bush and she was still finding pieces of her clothes, hat and stuff like that, in the bushes, because this was an era where everybody who had board building lost everything. So and then I should say also that we are now moving into a new phase of the effects of the storm, and that is the psychological effects. A lot of people I know going through chronic depression. Some persons are thinking about suicide. So, don't be shocked if in the next couple of months our suicide rate doesn't go up, because a lot of people are now dealing with the mental effects, because some persons are now wondering if this is going to be a permanent new norm, not living anywhere, having to wait for somebody to give them food. It's very depressing. And as I said, up until now, for the most part, nothing has been done from a government perspective. So I think that's way too long after a storm of that magnitude for there not to be any significant input or contribution from the government.
Okay, well, that's sad news, because with all the money flowing into Jamaica, that's really sad news. But we have to do something. We just can't sit back and say that no, they're traveling, and they went to Panama to get more money. To get more money. And the money that they have, we're not seeing how it's helping the people of Jamaica in a way that's commensurate with the amount of funds they have. Because them get a lot of money already, a lot of money they get already,
But we don't know how much money they have gotten. We don't know. As long as we don't know how much money they have gotten, you see that here, that there.
We have a rough idea. And what happened is that the Auditor General, she's doing a real-time audit over at ODPEM. I think it's over at ODPEM. And we have a story on ODPEM that we plan to do the story like 3 weeks in a row now. We haven't gotten to it yet, but we will get to it to show you what's going on over that over that agency. So we'll get to it. Jeffrey.
I sit here and I'm asking myself the question, if this is so low a government can get towards a Jamaican citizen and other members of the Jamaican diaspora sit by and says nothing, is it they believe that they could have never brought so low in the sense of what the government is doing? Well, let me say this tonight. I met Wilfred Rattigan through a mutual friend who gave me his number, and he came on my program. Went to Mr. Rattigan's house, sit, chat with him, stay over, whatever. Get to know the man from Waterhouse. And one thing I can tell anybody, now because he's sitting here in front of me tonight, Wilfred Samuel Rattigan is somebody who is a down-to-earth person, and a person who will give his all for his country. I wouldn't tell him to give his life for his country, but give his all for his country. And for those who believe that they're going to stop him, they're going to silence him from speaking and defending the rights of the Jamaican people, think again. Think again. And as we leave this platform tonight, all the students in the chat room, whether from the Make We Talk program or whatever program you're from, let us continue to fight. Let us continue to listen to programs like these. My program, Rattigan program, and other programs. And let us continue to fight for the fundamental rights of the Jamaican people. We must stand up and we must say enough is enough. The Jamaican government should not be involved in the Jamaican diaspora. And we must fight for that. Mr. Rattigan, thanks for having me on the program. Join me maybe tomorrow, I'm not sure, for a exciting episode of the Current Affairs program, the Mecca Talk program. Come on over, like, share, and subscribe. And continue to watch Wilfred Rattigan's program, The Teacher, The Professor. God bless you all. Thank you, Mr. Rattigan.
All right. Thanks, Dr. Ben. Thanks, Jeffrey. Let me just say to the folks who, because I'm seeing here where people say they're registered to vote, but they're not going to vote. I heard. I don't have empirical evidence, but I heard that when the voting started, a lot of the votes started coming in for me, and that kind of sent shockwaves through the whole thing, and that's when they decided that they were going to pull the plug on it. I don't know if it's true. This is just what I heard, but I hope to find out. I hope to find out to whether it's true or not. So we shall see. For those of you who registered to vote in the Northeast and you say you're not going to vote, I support you because I don't know these other candidates. I don't know most of the what they have, 13 or 14. And of the 13 or 14, we only know 2. We only know 2. And the 2 that we know, I wouldn't tell you to vote for them. I cannot tell you to vote for them because I've interviewed one of them twice and I've interviewed one of the other one once. And there is no substance there. I just didn't see it based on the questions that we asked and the responses we received. There was no substance. So I can't tell you to vote for them. So if you say, okay, you know what, I registered to vote, I'm not going to vote because I don't see a viable candidate. I don't see a candidate that will represent my interest. I support you on that. Don't vote. But in the South, we have a candidate. So if you live in the South and you were planning to vote for Mr. Jeffrey Tavares, he's not running. His name is not on the list, as you know, most of you know. I'm telling you that there's a candidate that we have to throw our support behind. I'm going to introduce that candidate to you this Saturday. God willing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm going to introduce that candidate to you this Saturday. And we are going to throw our support behind that because we need somebody in this council who can speak up and speak up for the people who are voiceless. Like the people outside right now who are staying in shelters, people don't know where the next meal is coming from, people who, you know, have all kinds of difficulties and challenges. We should be helping them. We should be helping them. So I just want to thank all of you for tuning in tonight. And I want to thank you for your support. And all of you who were telling me that Miss P included, Miss Philly, Miss East Coast, all of you telling me, hey, you need to do this. And you know I'm going to do the right thing. You know, but for now, let's just step back and take a deep breath. And as a virgin of mine in Jamaica would I say, watch the ride. So until we meet up this Saturday, take care of yourself. Support Jeffrey Tavares. He has a program every day. Tune in. Like, share, and subscribe. Go to Jeffrey's program as well. Check him out. We will be back on Saturday, and we'll come back on when we return this Saturday. We're going to have a lot to talk about, and you're going to be learning because we're going to walk you through some things. We're going to go into the Auditor General's report, and we're going to show you some things that the report has been out now about, I don't know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And I'm going to show you some things that many people overlooked. I'm going to show you. And I'm not saying this in a derogatory manner, because what they did was the people who looked at that report, they went to some of the salient points. But there are some things I'm going to show you that will make you go, And we also have a document from a company that we have since last week, a press release. We're going to talk about that and the impact that will have on, if any, on the investigation. And we'll also talk to you about some conversations that some politicians have had with some of these people implicated by the Auditor General's report. Interesting stuff this Saturday. So take care of yourself. And if you live in the Northeast, Midwest, stay warm. Big up on yourself. Dr. Ben, good to have you again, my brethren. Good to have you, you know. Your thing there, you might.
As I said, it's good to be back, and see you guys next week.
Yeah, man, not a problem. And so the people, a lot of people are saying if you call them or something like that, I try to reach
All
you.
right, so I'll say one more thing, guys. When you call the number, you have to call within work hours. It's the office number. If you call, you don't get anybody because the time is one different. Just leave a message, and you'll be sure to get through to me. Also, that's the best way to get through to me. All
right, people, take care of yourself. Thanks for joining us. See you on Saturday. OT.
Life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. To prop him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him.
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.